Everybody, welcome to It's a Long Story, a tri-weekly, weekly campaign run in the homebrew world of Imea. Specifically, all of our crew are in North Imea. This is our Mongoose Crew. Everybody wave and say hi. Yeah, they're saying hi in their minds, I guess. But I love that Kayla was the only one that actually said hi. Thank you, Kayla. Anyways, we are jumping in from a somewhat tricky event that just transpired, and we will let our royal scribe fill us in with the details. Ready?
I mean,
go.
Maybe I shouldn't. I could be unconscious and dead. So anyway, so we started off with seeing these beautiful rolling hills and Wilbur and Winona, his mother, embracing. And so Wilbur basically has a really nice reunion with his family and friends. And while that's going on, the rest of the Mongoose Crew go off and do different things. Like Eldryn walked away to give Wilbur space. Milo tried to join in on the celebration. Saren kind of stayed near Milo and kind of relished being back on land, and Gerard chasing a squirrel. And Guar basically kind of stays near Brumhilda, and he gets to see her smile for the first time ever when she's watching the beautiful scene of the wombats. So with the wombats, we met Walter Wombat and Wilma Wombat, and then we also met Wally. Is Wally Wombat, or does he have a different last name?
I imagine he's Wally Walla.
Anyway.
Okay. All right. Miranda's changing backstory information.
I'm just kidding.
That would be pretty pertinent. So no, Wally's name is Wally
kidding.
Wombat.
It's Wally Wombat.
So we also met Wally, who isn't Wilbur's sister, but his best friend. Whatever. And So there's like conversations going around with everyone, and like, because we always love to split the party. Everything goes really well when we do that. And then we all ended up coming back together and going into Wilbur's hut to plan for this battle that we think is coming. There's a lot of high stress and tension going on, specifically with Eldrin and Guar and Brumhilda, because the hut's really small, but it's okay because Wilbur wanted to show it to us. And so throughout all that, during the planning, and it becomes really clear to Guar and Eldrin that this is not going to go well because these aren't warriors. So Eldrin tries to contact Cerilius twice, but he does not respond back. And Eldrin and Guar kind of argue a little bit with Riley thrown in there as well. And then when we go back inside after Brumhilda chastises us for leaving poor defenseless Wilbur by himself, Wilbur is so great. He takes the lead and he delegates. He tells Wally that he needs to get dinner ready. He tells Milo to go figure out the arrow situation, and Milo's able to get 53 arrows created out of the 1,000 he asked for. Winona is off with the women and children and getting them to create, I think, burrowing down into the ground and create safe places there. Saren goes off with Gerard to survey the land and create traps, and she's able to create 7 of them. And they're like the traps right with the leaves over it, and then the yeah, okay, we got it. And then Guar, Walter, and Wilbur go around to look at all the defenses and try and figure out more of a plan that way. I realized in my little note thing that I skipped that before we went to the hut, Milo did reach out to Orin, and he and Orin had a fun little scene where Milo showed him his coral sword, and Orin said it looked familiar, and then helped him to practice fighting with it. Anyway, and let's see. And Eldrin, while everyone's doing that, communes with Persona and gets basically 2 key pieces of information: that they can safely long rest tonight, and also that giants are going to be involved somehow in this fight. So after communing, Eldrin goes to talk to Brumhilda to get some spell components, and gets a really nice big ruby from her. And Brumhilda decides that she wants to have a talk with Eldrin, and so they walk over to the what's it called, the waterfall, and learn about the Rainbow Bridge from Wilbur, and proceed to go anyway. And after what is it? Sorry, I have so many notes. And after some conversations, Eldrin reveals that Brumhilda is half living light and half celestial, which she doesn't take very well, and ends up freaking out and collapsing the cave, while Guar and Wilbur watch, and lots of wombats scream.
Yeah. Yeah, and not just the cave, but the entire hillside.
Yeah.
So,
I did say, Wilbur and Guar watched the cliffside fall in the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
We had some nice moments before that, though, guys.
We did.
These wombats are going to need group therapy.
I mean,
we're
the
going
Mongoose
to,
Crew needs group therapy.
Yes. So we're going to pick it up from that moment. So everybody except for Eldrin, imagine you are in the position that you would be before, right? So Wilbur and Guar are
they're discussing the Rainbow Bridge.
Discussing the Rainbow
Yeah,
Bridge.
We're arguing the validity of the scariness.
Right. think I hit the wrong one, so I'm going to repeat it, but it might be the right one. Milo is working on making arrows. And then Saren and Gerard are out trying to kind of like fortify the traps. So all of you are probably within at least, I would say at least a half-mile range. So you all here in all, in the same place. Just picture kind of a scene where from the camera work, you see every character kind of like look up in to the sound of the explosion. Depending on where you are, you see the waterfall. As I had explained, it was about 50 feet up. You see that the entire like sort of cliffside starts to crumble from top to bottom, starting to kind of fall into the area of this pond, and the debris pretty much is as heavy as it is actually collapses the pond itself, as the water actually, the level kind of rises and pushes over to kind of like pushing all the way out into to about the middle of the field. I imagine those of you who are an extended sort of area away start to try to come running. What would you all like to do in this moment?
Guar and Wilbur were arguing about whether the rainbow was dangerous, and I think probably the last thing Guar probably said was like, "It's just light bouncing off of water. It can't hurt you." So I think I would just like Guar would freeze and then see that, I think, because we were close enough to actually see it happen, right?
For you guys, there's a certain level that, like, if you weren't level 11, I'd probably have you make dex saving throws. Like, there are pieces of rock flying out everywhere.
Right.
You see that some of the wombats that were still in the pond, you can see like a couple of them are kind of like holding their heads. It seems like some of the debris
Saren might be able to get a soul.
So I think Guar sprints toward the rubble, knowing that Brumhilda and Eldryn were in there. And as he sprints off, he'd say like, "Wilbur, see to the wombats!" When I sprint toward the rubble.
Okay.
I don't think that so I don't think Wilbur would be able to physically move. I think he would be so scared and stunned and 100% certain that he once again just watched Eldryn die in front of him, that he would just stand there paralyzed in fear.
Okay, so I think that's good to know, because I think after like maybe 20 or 25 steps of sprinting, Guar would realize Wilbur's not with him, and he'd stop, turn around, and look at Wilbur, go, "You're God! You can do something about this!" And then I turn around, keep running.
Milo sees the explosion and runs in a direct line across the water to the rubble, and gets there before Guar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're the first one there then.
Exactly.
We'll kind of handle everybody. So Saren, what are you doing?
Saren is also running towards the explosion. Assuming she would maybe see Guar and Wilbur, she would go towards them first.
Okay. I think you running to Wilbur, you see Wilbur kind of like struggling to be able to lift themselves out of this state of shock. Yeah. Okay. So handling hailing from Milo and Guar's point of view, both of you go ahead and roll perception checks for me.
So 12 for me.
24.
Good.
Milo, I think you run so fast towards the blast that there's a certain point where you notice that it is not done collapsing. You see more debris kind of fall off from different sides, and with a 24, you're able to see it fast enough to be able to kind of move out of the way of it. I don't believe Milo saw Brumhilda and Eldryn go in. Yeah. So I think, looking around, you see there doesn't seem to be any design past the blast of like they're here or anything like that. You don't see any sort of sign signifying that. I think you notice that this this area has become like it's no longer a pond right now. It's you see water kind of trickling down from the areas there, but you see that most likely it is there's some heavy sort of the impact was so big is basically saying that this is affecting things on a on an immediate sort of like topographical scale, I guess, if that makes sense. So yeah. Guar, you come running up behind. Go ahead, Milo.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Milo's going to he's gonna ready his quarterstaff and seeing Guar come up and he's gonna shout at would they be coming from under the ground?
So and I think we're running and hearing that he would just keep running right past him and go, Eldryn and Brumhilda are in there. Keep going.
Okay.
And if I'm there, I'm moving earth. I'm just like trying to find something like a rock and use it as a shovel. Just going as hard as I possibly can.
Okay. Yeah. What did you roll in your perception check? 12?
12.
12. It's gonna take. I think it's gonna take a moment of realization for you to recognize that this would take days to be able to kind of to get to the level of even being able to pull anyone out of that. But I think it's your choice as far as how much time you spend doing that, based on emotional sort of stuff that happens here. So
I think I would. Guar would be a wreck. It would take a while, I think, and I think he would know, but he would still want to keep trying.
Okay. Wilbur.
I think Wilbur's stunned, paralyzed fear state would probably last well over a good minute. And then when he finally got himself composed, and would be watching Guar trying to move earth and seeing Milo kind of coming up there too. I think Wilbur would just go, like, start, like, checking on each wombat that he can see in sight. Knowing that maybe this is... Now, knowing probably that the wombats would respond better to Wilbur than they might to someone else checking on them.
Okay.
Does Saren make it to Wilbur before Wilbur starts going to check on the wombats?
I think you make it to Wilbur right when Wilbur snaps out.
Yeah, she would just like put her hands on his shoulders and go, "What happened?"
I think that whole cliffside just killed Eldryn and Brumhilda.
No, Eldrin's not allowed to die, and then she just sprints.
Okay. Saren, when you get there, what is your course of action to? What do you think Saren's doing in this situation?
So Guar's like trying to unbury everything, right? I think she sees that, and she's gonna start looking around for if there's any like holes in where the rock is, or places where she could possibly get through it. If there's any little spaces or any like where she could pull a rock and maybe it'll just magically open, kind of thing.
Like, I mean, if you're looking for like cracks within the rubble, yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
21.
21. Okay. The 21, you find a small sort of like you find an area that's probably about maybe 5 feet in, that you can kind of like try to get started on moving things. I would like you to roll me a d20, please.
2.
Okay. You start lifting. You start to kind of like just tugging on one of the rocks, using that like rogue strength and knowing how to maneuver sort of things out. With a 2, you manage to kind of pull out the piece there, and you feel the roof start to collapse in. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
19.
Cool. Yeah, you just managed to kind of roll yourself out as it kind of crashes down behind you. This is going to be tricky. Wilbur, you run up to the wombats, and they like start, kind of like going like, what's going on? What's happening? Wilbur, roll me a perception check with advantage, as they're probably just speaking in wombat.
16.
16. You hear in the distance, not enough to be able to kind of clock who said it or whatever. But you hear a couple of the wombats that you're like checking in on. Basically like muttering about, is this the attack we heard about? Is this happening now?
Wilbur would just say, like, out loud to any wombat that can hear him in that general area, like, everyone just remain calm. There's no attack.
Yeah, you see one of the like motherly like wombats bring you a slightly smaller uh, wombat from you, probably about like by maybe 2 or 3 inches, that you can see like has a head blade.
I, Miranda, as a player, I'm just getting like so mad at Brumhilda right now. Um, I see like, do you think Wally would be like running up from a distance at this point?
I will say, what did you roll on your perception check? 16.
16, yeah.
There's no way you could catch him in all this.
Okay.
You're kind of running into a group of like 50 wombats.
Yeah. I think I would take the little small wombat child, and I think I would just start sprinting to safety, like with the goal of trying to find Winona. Like, this is a mom problem. I need to go find Winona to help this child.
Okay.
Is Riley here?
Good question.
Yeah, where did she go? Did she go back to the house?
Oh, she was in the
Yeah,
she was
she's
in the hut when you you see, I think as you're running through the field, you do see Riley. Riley is not. You see Riley kind of like walking up to the situation.
I don't think Wilbur is going to really stop and talk to Riley, but he will say, like, while running past her, Brumhilda and Eldryn were in the hillside. Go help.
Okay. Then you run off. Right, because you said you're not even stopping, so you're moving past.
No, I'm still running with the small child.
Okay, cool.
Small wombat child.
Rolling a perception check to find Winona.
That is going to be a 21.
21. Okay. You're looking around for Winona. I'm going to say, like, and this is a span of time. So with a 21, it takes you probably about a solid minute to run to Winona and Walter's hut. You peek in. You don't see anyone there. You start kind of going from hut to hut, asking Winona. Finally, I'd say it takes a solid 10 minutes when you look towards the tree in the center of the grove. You see a small wombat standing facing you, but towards the tree.
Run up to the small figure wombat.
Okay, cool. So we'll pause you there. All right. Obviously, everyone except for Eldryn. Is there anything else you guys want to do for the next 10 minutes here?
I think Guar finally realizing that there's like no way I can possibly get to them. I think he would just kind of sink down to his knees and just cry.
I assume in this time, yeah, Milo would have figured out. Like, we've talked that they're under the rubble and in the they were inside the mountain as you're digging. Where is Saren right now? Is Saren in the rubble?
Yeah, Saren just like kind of like ducked out from a collapse where she was trying to kind of come into.
Milo is going to Milo's gonna try and call on Orin.
Okay.
Orin, Orin, are you still here? I mean, I don't know how this works. Orin, are you still here?
You hear a voice in your head. Yes, I'm here.
Can you help us search? Eldryn and Brumhilda are underneath this rubble. Can you help me look and see if there are see if their bodies, see if they're still alive?
I can try. I can't move too far away from you.
I can. And Milo like stands as close to the rubble as he can, like where it looks at least semi unstable and not completely unsafe, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Like with it, like he's gonna look at the rubble and try and find where he can get footing that he can at least stand within it for Orin to be.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to stand as close as you can into it.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Roll me a perception check.
21.
21. Okay. Yeah, mechanically speaking, Orin can't move further than 20 feet away from you.
Okay. This rubble just happens to be 20 feet in diameter?
Well, so it was a 50-foot hill that is now in. So yeah, no, it's not impossible, but it's highly improbable.
Sweet.
Okay.
Saying I have a chance.
Yeah. Cool.
So I have to be pretty specific about where Milo is going to stand.
I don't think so, because then that just requires me to explain too much. So I think you kind of feel this like this chill for a second as Orin kind of moves through you and out, and walks in and goes through. This is again like taking up the same like sort of 10 minutes that it would take for Wilbur to kind of get to Winona. Yeah, you feel him kind of go out and go into the wall of stone. I think you wait for probably about a solid minute. And you see him kind of come back and is just hanging his head. I'm sorry, I can't feel anything. I can't see anything.
Well, thank you for trying.
if you want, if you want to move somewhere else, I can try over there as well. I just, if you could,
and
maybe just, you see, he's having difficulty saying what he wants to say.
Yeah.
And I think you've known Orin enough to know that this is weird, and this has only happened one time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the feeling that he's trying not to say, "Can we make sure that we're not around Saren?"
Yeah. So Milo is going to just do a little quick step over to cross from where he was standing. Just go another 20 feet away from where he was and directly away from Saren.
Okay. All right. Saren, what are you doing?
So I'm not under the collapsed rubble.
Correct.
I got out.
Duck out of the
You
way.
saved.
Yep.
Cool, good. Does she see Milo? Is Milo giving her a look that's get out of my way?
Milo's going Milo's going to be obviously keeping an eye on you, and then say and then if Milo and Saren lock eyes, he would say, "Hey, I'm trying something with Orin. Can you search over on the other side of the pile?"
Just looks at him and nods, and she's gonna move over to a different area.
Okay.
She'll continue searching for if there's any other little spaces to pull rocks out.
Okay. Cool. Eldryn.
Hey.
You open your eyes. Expecting darkness or rock or what have you. And you see a road in front of you. Dirt road. You can see there's a path that is kind of represented almost an area where wheel wells of a wagon or a cart has made their way. You can actually see there's even there's little fence posts around. You see that you're basically at a crossroads. Looking around, because this isn't the first time you've had a somewhat odd experience like this. Looking around, you recognize that you should be feeling the air or tasting, there should be senses that are definitely not working here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I move?
Yeah, I think you kind of move your hands and you can feel I think you even touch your palms together and recognize you can't feel them. They don't seem to go through each other, but you can't really feel them.
I look around. Is Brumhilda here?
You don't see Brumhilda.
Okay. as a cleric that knows about death and and also someone who's died before, this is different than that, right?
I would say, based on your knowledge of literally dying, you know where you would end up.
Yeah.
And this is not that.
Yeah.
So
Eldryn looks.
I think there's actually kind of like maybe a second that like crosses your mind, like, oh man, I didn't do my rituals this morning. Like there's that level of like a second of like, oh no.
And I guess Eldryn looks around and just and says, well, this is interesting. Did Saren describe anything? Saren or Wilbur describe to us about like where they woke up and like Saren having to choose like a road or anything like that? Or was it just kind of like
Saren described pretty much everything when she was.
Does it feel like that? Like it's something like how she described it to us? Like, I think Eldrin's fear is I don't want to start walking down this road and then wind up where Venesepa is.
Mm-hmm. I believe. Well, if you say that Saren would have explained everything, then Saren, you probably would explain that. I'm having trouble remembering, but either the colors were dulled or it was completely black and white. Do you remember?
It was dulled, I believe. Or no, was it black and white?
Wilbur, you can help out here too.
Pretty sure it was dulled. I think it's dulled. That does sound right. I'm pretty sure dulled.
So either or, it doesn't seem like that. You see vibrant colors. You see blue sky. You actually even like see, you don't feel the wind, but you see the effects of the wind as it's kind of like blowing like tall grass that's up on either side. And I will say, for the record, you are standing at a like 4-point sort of crossing thing. When you open your eyes, you were facing one road.
Okay. Before I do anything, I want to see, because Eldryn knows what just happened, and she's very logical, and she's like, this could be a figment of my imagination, or like a figment of I'm very hurt. So she's going to try and use thaumaturgy, her cantrip, and make her voice louder, and yell for Brumhilda, and just basically say, Brumhilda, are you here? Are you okay? And then keep doing that for a minute.
Okay.
Not in an accusatory way. It's more of a like, where are you? Like, I can help you kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say you kind of shout out 4 or 5 times. You don't hear a response. You don't see Brumhilda suddenly appear. What you do see is you do see a wagon coming to your right, like a small, like 1-horse-drawn cart. And actually, it'd be more like a mule. Looks to be. You see, there's a human male figure there that is kind of just walking alongside it.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to see you, but you do see him turn down the path that you were facing originally.
Because Eldryn's difficult, if nothing else, she refuses to move from this spot, and again, in case this is a figment of her imagination, and she has some semblance of, I don't know what, and she can fix this. She's gonna cast Healing Word on herself, at 3rd level. So, that's 3d4 plus 4. So she heals for 14. Does that do anything? And do I actually heal myself?
Okay. You go through the motions. You kind of like match the feeling, and you see your hands kind of like light up for a second. You don't feel any sort of energy here. I think at this point, this like instills the feeling in you that you are not with your body right now.
Okay. Okay.
I will say this, just so you know. Go ahead and add it to your character sheet, though.
Okay.
So you, as a player, will know that you did heal, but as a character, you don't feel the effects of it.
Okay. So Eldryn, I guess, looks around and then says, "Okay, I'll play this game. Who, where am I, and who is here, and what am I supposed to do? I'm not just gonna wander aimlessly around. Give me a direction, or I'm going to sit here."
Exactly.
I love it. I love that. I can just picture in my head Eldryn like show me a sign as the cart goes by, going the direction down the road.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Just like
the card means nothing.
stabbing her Triton in the ground as she just sits down and pouts. Like,
yeah.
Cool. We'll pause you there.
Okay.
Wilbur. From the distance that you're at from like I said, like all you can see is a wombat kind of standing in her tree. It would be weird that like I don't know. I think you get close enough to see that, like, you see the clothing and everything that's representing when you see the dress. I'd say you're probably about 30 feet away when you notice that Winona's not moving.
I'll just be yelling out to her, Mom, I need your help.
No response.
Mom, I'm really not kidding. Like, there's a child.
Are you moving forward? Are you continuing to move forward?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Like all the while yelling, like, I'm not kidding. This small child is hurt.
Okay. Cool. You get about 10 feet in, and you I think, Wilbur sharing a similar gift, you kind of remember where you are when you go in and go out of it. And you kind of imagine what that must look like for everybody else. You see Winona is in a trance. Winona's not here. For the record, I want to make sure you understand, Winona's doing exactly what you told her not to do.
Yeah. No one listens to Wilbur. Why would anyone? You don't listen to me about the waterfall. Don't listen to me about not trying to see through other people's eyes. Fuck you, Wilbur. No one cares. No, but in all seriousness, though, I think that Wilbur is, like, really tired from running around, so he would just, like, stop kind of next to Winona and, like, put the little wombat child down and, like, just, like, keep reminding the little one, like, hey, it's gonna be okay, like, trying to, like, I don't know, like, almost makeshift bandage this poor, like, bleeding head.
Okay. I'll say about a minute goes by till Winona kind of just snaps back into place. You see her kind of like it's like a heavy jolt where she like kind of like loses her balance for a second but regains it. What? You see her look out. Oh God. I'm too late. Turns and sees you. Wilbur, what happened?
The cliffside collapsed. This little one's hurt. His head's bleeding. Can you please help?
Do we need to do we need to borrow now? Do we need to...
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's I don't really know what happened right now. I just know that Eldryn and Brumhilda were in there and it collapsed and this little guy's head is bleeding and I really need you to help because this is a mom thing and I really need you to help me right now.
Okay. Okay, come here. Okay. Charlie, just Charlie. Can't be. It's gotta be a W name. What's the kid's name? Warley.
Willie.
Okay. All right, Warley. Just, count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Magic trick. Okay. Yeah. Go back to your family hut or whatever. Turns to you. So, the waterfall's gone?
What were you doing?
I came over to the tree. I
What were you doing?
I was doing what I could.
What does that mean? I told you not to do that.
Wilbur, I'm sorry, honey, but you have your gifts and I have mine, and this is my grove too.
What do you mean you were too late when you... What did you mean when you said that? What did you see?
A lot. She kind of like looks out to like because there's a level of like urgency here that I think when Winona sees the areas. Are they gonna be okay?
I don't know.
Well, we can. It was daylight when the attack happened. So the sun's going down now. So whatever it is, we have time. Let's go handle. Let's go save your friends. And starts to walk away from you.
Wilbur will run past her back to the cliffside area.
Okay. I'll say this, Wilbur. Roll me a perception check.
13.
13. Okay. You feel a pair of eyes watching you.
Are they Winona's?
No, Winona's already making her way down.
Great. Who's watching me?
With a 13, you're not sure. You just get a feeling of it. You're standing behind you're standing next to a gigantic tree.
Do we see anyone in the tree?
say this. As you look up, you see you don't see anyone in the tree, but in recognizing that you are looking, you do hear a voice from behind the tree, or I guess behind a portion of the tree. It is the tree itself is probably up maybe 15 feet wide at least. You hear a voice that just says, "The tree helps, you know." Actually, would say, "She helps, you know." You turn and look in the direction of that voice, and you see Riley's head kind of just poking out.
What are you doing? Why aren't you helping?
I am.
Oh, what are you? No, I told you to go help move the rocks. I guess I didn't say it like that, but that was my intent.
At this time, what's most important to you here? Your family or your friends?
Why does one have to be more important than the other?
Depends on what I'm doing. Determines what I'm doing.
My friends are my family. I don't understand.
What's more important to you, the grove or your friends?
I think Wilbur would have to take a minute because he would kind of look around and then like look down because he'd be really like ashamed and just say, "The grove."
You see her kind of like give a look of sincere sadness in knowing how hard it was to admit that. You see in her position, she has she has two hands like on the tree, kind of facing like you like this. And she goes, "I know. That's why I'm here." Go help your friends.
I don't think Wilbur would say anything else. He would just look really like confused and just keep running towards the cliffside, or what used to be the cliffside.
Okay, cool. I think Wilbur, as you're running, to be able to kind of like put the like cinematic sort of point of view, you hear a certain phrase echo in your head that Riley said. You just hear "she helps," you know, in your head, and not really, I assume, not really understanding what that means. You run up to see Guar. I think probably with his head in his hands.
I think by that point, Guar probably would have at least gotten up and started helping whatever wombats were left.
Okay. You see, actually, I think there's a level of like safety perimeter that I think Guar is probably doing. As you hear a lot of wombats like shouting to you in wombat. So you just hear random like animal noise sort of chattering to you as you're like realizing they're trying to get closer and see what's going on. So yeah, Wilbur, you come up to Guar just playing safety officer and just like kind of keeping them back.
Where have you been?
I was trying to find help. There was a little one that was injured.
Are they all right?
Yeah.
He's
okay.
You see a wombat duck under your arm and start to kind of run towards the.
I think Guar would catch them real quick by the scruff of the neck.
Okay.
It's like, no, I know, but you can't yet.
Yeah, Wilbur, you have control here. You speak wombat. You hear them like just shouting, like, "Is everything okay? Like, what? Like, is there something we can do? Like, there's things like that." And they're trying to. I think there's a curiosity, but also a trauma as their like their home. Part of their home has been shattered.
It's okay. Just everyone stay back. It's okay. We don't want anyone else to get hurt.
You hear another wombat, we'll say Willis, comes up to you and goes, is it true? Is it because we're being attacked? Is it the tabaxi? Is it... Someone said it's not the tabaxi, it's something else. Like something worse, which is, did they do this?
What are you talking about, Willis?
Can't understand him.
No.
I just wanted to say that.
Or no, his name is Willis. I know, you just wanted
What
to
you talking about, Willis?
Thank you.
No, the tabaxi didn't do this. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Everyone is okay right now. Like we're safe. We're not under attack right now.
Right now. So there is going to be an attack.
No, that's not what I said. Who told you that?
I heard through everybody. People have been talking about it.
Well, that's a bunch of little gossips.
Yeah, this is a commune of extremely similar beings. Yeah, absolutely. Gossip gets around real fast.
Okay, we can talk about that later. This is not the time to talk about that, but there is no attack happening. I don't know what happened here. I just need everyone to remain calm.
Roll a persuasion check.
I don't think my persuasion is very good. Nope, it's not very good. 2.
Okay. You hear a You hear another. I'm making this up, obviously, but you hear another wombat whose name is Whittle come up and start shouting to everyone, we are under attack. We need to get on top of this hill. You hear Whittle and know that Whittle has always been a wombat that vehemently seems to not like you and stirs up trouble.
You're saying he's a Whittle dramatic?
He's a Whittle dramatic, yes.
I hate you guys.
At the moment of that happening, panic sets in for the 20 or so wombats that have kind of grouped around. And Guar, I need you to give me a. Well, we'll say this, Guar. What are you doing in this moment as 20 wombats start to kind of freak out and start to kind of move towards you as if they're about to move past you? All about Wilbur size.
I would yell, "You shall not pass!"
Okay. Roll me an intimidation check.
It's a natural 19 for, I believe that's 27.
Okay.
You're gonna think this is
Yep.
the attack.
27.
27. Okay, cool. Yeah, with a 27, like you see them start to like kind of like move as one to move past you to like get into this area. You shout that, and I think Guar, in the emotions of the circumstance, tell me what happens on a what happens to you visually on a magic scale to help like push this.
I would say, like, Guar would seem like he's. Do you guys watch Ted Lasso?
No.
Okay, you know whenever. Okay, this doesn't spoil anything, but like when the owner like makes herself big before a big speech.
Yeah.
She goes.
Yeah, dragon face.
Yeah, dragon
Yeah.
face. It's like that, but it's a big half elf paladin in full plate armor, and he just gets bigger and just looks just like gigantic, but like not like I'm gonna murder you. Just don't pass me, you idiots. And I would say like there's even like a
not to rob you.
Yeah, just like a bit of a bit of like a ripple effect that whenever like Banshee from X-Men, where it just kind of like you see it kind of like concentric circle like radiating out.
Okay.
And maybe it like kind of like doesn't like blow them back necessarily, but there's like wind. There's definite wind of like.
Okay.
Whoa! Wait. What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I had no idea what you were talking about the first part, but the second part I can get behind. So yeah,
Okay.
so you shout that, and you feel like a Wilbur. You even feel this like a genuine sort of like as that air almost just seems to get pushed out from all directions. You see the hair from the wombats kind of blow back for a second, and they all kind of start to disassemble and just move away. Very like weirdly, like in like a pack of wolves, like deciding it's not worth it.
Just like backing up
and like separating piece by piece.
And then I think Guar would, in his normal voice, would follow it up by saying, "We will let you know when it's safe. I promise."
I actually kind of forgot about this. This is a pretty traumatic event that's happened to you, Wilbur. Please roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh man. Are you sure you want to?
You're within 10 feet of me, so add 4.
Don't add 4. This is from the whole experience of what's going on. So this is something different.
Fine. I tried, Miranda.
16.
16? Okay, pretty good.
16.
So we'll do perception checks on. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then Nat 2. They don't see anything. I will say, Guar, you notice a crackling in the fur of Wilbur when Wilbur comes up to you. That seems like staticky. Like it's you notice like the grass like kind of like bends towards their direction.
Oh God.
When they walk, and their eyes are like kind of like almost like blipping in and out between the like normal sort of like dark brown and these like bright blue irises.
Yeah, I'm just like imagining Aang in his like avatar state, like almost getting like to that level.
No, not quite. It's just it's
But like
it's
flipping in and out.
yeah, and it's just the irises, right? So it's just like
Right.
because there's got to be a reason why the other wombats don't see it.
Sure.
So
Yep.
So yeah, you see Wilbur, like Wilbur's form is changing slightly. Yeah.
Wilbur, I can't imagine what this is like for you. Right now we need to help these wombats. We need to help these wombats. We need to get them and somehow also get them ready for battle, or at least to protect themselves and hide. We need you. Stay here with us.
And what about our friends that are under that rubble? What do? We can't move all of that.
Do you think you can? Can you channel that
I don't.
zippy stuff? The zigzaggies that come out of your fur? Can you control that?
Oh, I've only ever had to use it in battle. I don't even know.
This is a battle, Wilbur. This is a battle against the mountain itself. That rebel is in the way of your friends. What are you going to do about it?
I think Wilbur would kind of be looking at him, and then the rebel, and then back at the wombats, like evaluating how scary this might be for them to see. Because that's gonna like completely freak them out. But I think Wilbur would just walk closer to the rebel, and without even like completely understanding what he would be doing, would just like stare at it and I guess like throw his hands forward and just let out a scream to try to somehow magically move the earth.
Not to make this scene less epic, but what are you doing? What are you doing mechanically?
Exactly.
Okay.
Parting the rebel.
Okay. Nothing happens because you mechanically have given me nothing.
Come on.
You're not a god.
Yet.
Well, then I don't know what to do.
Do you have any cool spells?
You have like the move mountain spell.
Yeah, did you get that spell yet?
Or can you like dig under the rubble, like in the actual dirt and burrow in that way?
Or like super
That
dig.
seems dangerous.
I was thinking if you go deep enough down where the rock won't like fall onto you, then you could like tunnel up.
Honey, you're still missing one spell. Like you have an extra spell to add. You never added it.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, I Listen, I'm giving you guys the problem. I'm not saying there's a that I know the solution to this. But what I'm saying is that your character sheet is missing a spell. Like you can know one more spell and you don't have it on there. So. In the meantime, Milo.
Sure.
Orin comes back. Same thing. It's got to be deep wherever it is.
There's no cavities. There's nothing.
There is, but it's not enough to have anyone of even your size move through.
I mean, I know I put on some unimportant.
Orin looks at you and goes, "Is there anyone that you could think that could help with this?"
Well, I mean, both of them are underneath the rubble I'm standing on right now. Possibly, maybe Riley. She's got weird vibes. She kind of seems weirdly powerful. Or just like oblivious. It's hard to tell with the like powerful magical folk. I don't know.
I mean,
they either know everything or they know nothing. You know.
It's worth a shot. People can't just exist under rubble. We need to move. We need to.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Is Riley anywhere near us? Do I see her?
You don't see her.
Okay.
You do see. I mean, you see Saren. You see Guar. You see Wilbur.
I'm gonna ask about. Has anybody seen Riley? Can we get her to help dig this out faster, or see if they're even under there? And
Wilbur, you're the only one that knows the answer to this question.
Has anyone seen Riley?
Oh, Riley's over by the tree.
The tree?
Busy doing, she's the big tree, the giving tree. She's busy doing something.
Okay, and Milo's gonna like book it over to the big tree then.
Okay, it's the giving tree. I don't know why Miranda's not pushing that.
I said the
title.
giving tree.
I know you said
I said the giving tree.
Yeah. All right.
You mean the future stump?
No, I was trying to push like it was a fun moment and when we decided what the name of the tree was, and then she changed it. So okay, you run across the water again
because it's more fun.
Yep.
Yeah,
because it's more fun, and it is more of a straight shot. So and you run to Riley. So we're gonna pause you there. I think we're going to come back to Eldryn. So, Eldryn, we come back to you, and you're pretty much just...
Did anyone answer my demand?
Nope.
Eldryn says down.
Okay.
And looks around.
You sit, you look around. It's weird. It's kind of like, I think it might be like this scene is a little reminiscent of like the first couple weeks or the last couple weeks before you started your like surface walk. Just kind of like dreaming about what life on the surface would be like, right? And having those levels of like like all of your senses not being able to really feel anything, but being able to like see and hear what that might look like.
Yeah.
I think you're like, there's a point where you like kind of come back to that. You do hear the sound of yelling in the distance, sort of far off. You hear it as kind of like this. It's enough to hear the volume, but not the words. It does sound like, from your perception, it sounds like a young voice, followed up by a couple other young voices.
Eldryn sighs and says to herself, "This is so stupid," and then stands up and is gonna walk towards the direction that she hears this yelling. As she's doing it, she says, "I'm doing this because I need to figure out what the hell is going on, and this is stupid, and it's probably just in my head, and I'm not happy that I'm giving into this, but whatever. What else am I gonna do?" She's very angry right now.
Yeah. As you're following the sound of voices, you see a body hanging in the air, hanging in midair. You see it's moving, like it's lively. It's kind of like it's actually like waving its arms. As you get closer, you can see it's a like little boy. You see jet black hair, like kind of like down to the shoulders. Couldn't be older than 6 or 7.
Does he look familiar?
He does not. You hear shouting coming from him and shouting coming from beyond the like tall grass on the other side.
Does the shouting sound like they're having fun or are like scared or in trouble?
You hear, I'd say as you get closer, it's like you just hear, you hear the phrases like "put him down," "this isn't funny," "okay, we'll stop, just put him down." I think you hear the phrase like "put him down, freak," and the awkwardness of younger kids insulting and then also asking for something from the person that they're insulting, right? Does that make sense? Like it's
yeah.
It's,
so
it's,
yeah. Okay, so Eldryn goes and positions herself under this child, and then casts Dispel Magic on him.
Okay, well, you're like, you can only see half the scene right now. All you can see is the kid kind of suspended in the air, and you hear the sounds. So I assume you kind of like move through the grass on that.
Yeah. So Eldryn, like I want to go because I don't need to see who's casting the spell. I can just Dispel Magic on a thing. So
sure.
She's like, whatever. I'll fix everything like I always do, and then goes to stand under this boy and cast Dispel Magic.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is what happens before that is when you push through the grass to kind of see the other side. And actually, I think, does the grass move? We'll say for the sake of the scene, the grass moves in response to you. But looking past into the clearing of what's going on, you see a group of about 5 or 6 kids, like all around the same age, all facing one direction. We'll say they're to the left, and you see a tiny little girl, blonde hair, hand raised up towards the figure that is floating in the air. You also see that she's clutching in her hand a what looks to be like a doll of like a some sort of like feline sort of creature. Just kind of like looks like a cat. But it's like kind of, actually I'll say that she's probably hugging it like this, and is just holding up with one hand.
When Eldryn says this, her idea of going to cast a spell on this boy vanishes, and she goes over to this little girl and kneels down in front of her and says, Brumhilda.
You see the face turn towards you.
Can you put him down? I'll protect you from these boys. Or is it a bunch of boys? A bunch of kids? Just random kids?
Bunch of kids. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
all
I say,
different.
I won't let anything happen to you. Just put him down.
You see this little girl kind of turns to you, and you can see the irises being this very like kind of being this like very bright sort of yellowish gold. It's probably pretty creepy, as this little girl says in a full adult voice, "Took you long enough." And with that, we're going to take a break. It is 10:07 now, friends. I'll see you back here at 10:17. So, um, for a small recap, Eldrin, you see a what seems to be a little child that very much resembles Brumhilda, is holding a kid up in the air while a bunch of other kids are yelling at her. Uh, you calmly like tell her to put them down. I put them down. It's gonna be okay. And you see her look at you in a facial expression that is very reminiscent of Brumhilda, um, and just says, "Yeah." So it says, looks at you, goes, "Took you long enough." Drops the kid in the air and turns back around to walk.
Eldrin will stand up and say, and follow, and says, "Well, I originally thought this was a figment of my imagination because I'm in so much pain and my brain decided to turn off. So I decided to just wait it out. If I had known that it was something that you were involved in, I would have come found you sooner."
Yeah, imagine how I feel. I am 3 feet tall.
It's only a foot taller than me. No, that's not true.
That's not
I
true
take
at all.
that back. That's not true at all.
You are walking with little Brumhilda through a farm town. You see people are kind of like, um, the general vibe is pretty. It's peaceful, but also very
Mhm.
like work heavy. Seems like most people here are very blue collar, very like um, uh, um, the town itself doesn't seem to be very like uh, doesn't seem to be especially like booming. I would say it's probably more of like a village type of area. There, you don't see really any like shops per se. Everybody is dressed in more of a utility like setting to what they probably do. Um, Brumhilda is in a black robe, very reminiscent of how you normally see her, with like very like fancy. You see like purple is like underneath. You
Mhm.
see like very fancy sort of like clasps in front. She sticks out like a sore thumb.
Am I wearing like my armor?
Yeah, I think you're wearing. Well, what do you imagine that Eldrin would wear in the? Uh,
If she's not in any danger, she wouldn't like. If she was like just in like a figment of her imagination kind of thing, she'd probably just be wearing a dress,
yeah,
not a
I think.
full her mother's armor.
Yeah, I think you're probably wearing those white robes that you
Okay.
that you have. Yeah. Uh, so yeah, so as you're walking along, um,
Yeah. So as we're walking, Eldrin says, "As interesting as this is, whatever you're doing, it would be much better if we were back in our bodies because there's many things that you and I can both do to get out of the situation that we're currently in."
yes, I understand that and agree. And trust me, if I was making a choice, I would not be here or this
Okay.
size.
Well, I can assure you we're not dead. As a little bit of an expert on that. Although it would be pretty funny if you killed me, considering you're the one that brought me back.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's fine. It's not your fault. Well, technically, yeah, I guess it is, but it's not at the same time.
She agrees with you. She goes, no, technically it's my fault. As you are walking along, you see the townsfolk or the village folk see her,
You may not see
and
me.
they do not see you.
That's what I figured.
They see her, and you can tell avoiding her. Like they're moving away. They're not like shutting their doors to her per se, but like they're if they're smiling, it seems to be a forced smile. Um, yeah. The scene of this is strange on so many levels, but specifically of like Brumhilda doesn't look like she belongs here.
Yeah.
And you get the feeling from the townsfolk that like you saw this scene of her like holding a kid up in midair and recognize that she's probably done this enough times that the town is probably a little creeped out by her.
So as we're walking, Eldrin says, "This must be some sort of memory. Do you remember what happened? Do we have to like relive it?"
I'm not sure. I remember doing that, but and to be honest with you, I think if I had a chance to do that again, I probably would have. But I'm controlling things, but not.
Okay. Well, what next, Brumhilda? Do you want to show me to your childhood home?
That's where it seems like we're heading. She kind of like looks ahead. And at this point, I think there's like there's a weird sort of like almost fast forwarding in real time here, where like the like colors sort of blur for a second, and you see a you see a very familiar looking house. The house is much bigger and more ornate and definitely cleaner. You can see that there's more floors. There's some like architectural sort of like stuff here that is like over the top, like interesting, like I'm trying to think of like each window has its like own sort of like jutting out sort of area from the wall. Like you think about like as being just like a very rich house looking. Again, doesn't like you kind of like are able to kind of glance around. You see there's like log cabins and huts here. But yeah, you recognize the main structure of the house as assuming that it probably can, maybe not right now in this memory, but at some point in time, it probably grows legs.
Okay. The Eldrin sees that and just says, "That's interesting."
Yeah. I gotta be honest. You see her kind of talking, and like she's turning to talk to you, and her body is moving in a way that like it's weird that she's not paying attention to what she's doing. As she like kind of like moves to kind of like open the door. I gotta admit, this is even less fun with you here.
Oh yes, I am the worst person to do this with.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want anyone. I guess come in. As you see her say that, like as her body moves past the door.
Yeah, Eldrin. Well, actually, Eldrin will see. Can she go through the door?
You can. Yep.
So Eldrin goes through the door.
Cool.
And says, "That was kind of cool."
Cute. Very cute. You see.
I would say. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say. I wouldn't talk right now. I think you're very adorable, Brumhilda.
I was just about to say I'll kill you, but that's not funny right now, is it? She oh, this is, yeah. So she does this like little like you see her kind of like sorry to extend how weird this is, but I just imagine like every aspect of this being so strange. As you see her facial expression is clearly she has like control of her facial expressions and sometimes her head. But in this moment, as you walk into this very big, luxurious sort of living room, you see her kind of like holding her cat extended out and does like a little like spin with like holding the cat like a little girl, like twirling with the cat. You hear her go, "Oh, this is so embarrassing." Give me a perception check.
Um, 22.
22. You see a fireplace that that turns on when she enters the room. Just comes up. A very like luxurious looking like set of love seats that are like stuffed with what you assume, like you can see that it has this like this like cow leather around it, and like just by the side of it looks to be extremely comfortable. You see there is there's an upright piano in the corner of the room, and you see there are portraits all over the place of a younger looking Cerilius and a little girl. Go ahead.
The first thing Eldrin does is she looks at the fireplace and she sees if she can change the color of it or manipulate it at all. She's still trying to understand what her powers are here.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. You go to do that and you feel nothing.
Interesting. Okay. Eldrin says, my powers worked somewhat when I was away from you. They don't seem to work at all now. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's... I'd be careful with what spells you're trying to cast, because I think there's a possibility that... there's a possibility that I may have blasted something, but it didn't affect here. Basically explaining to you that like your spells most likely work just in your body.
Okay.
Not here.
Well, yeah, and that Eldrin says, well, that's good to know. I've done nothing that would damage our surroundings, so.
Well, I assume that otherwise we'd both be in a very different place. You notice with a 22, though, I will say that you notice there is another portrait on the far area of the wall. As you see, Brumhilda is like talking to you and facing you, but literally just playing with this little cat doll. And you see her kind of like just flying it through the air. Do me a favor, don't look at me right now.
Okay. Eldrin, yeah, takes that moment to look at everything else, like you said. And what do I see in that other portrait? Is it Cerilius and her, or is there?
You see a portrait of a female woman. Looks to be human. You see blonde hair, kind of just done up in a kind of like a messy bun, and just a very big, happy sort of smile. Features that with a 22 very much look like Brumhilda.
Took a bite at the exact wrong time.
No, you're totally fine.
Eldryn is looking at them and just says, "Is that your mother?"
Apparently not.
Okay. All right. Well, do you remember what is supposed to happen right now? 'Cause I'm kind of at a loss. Is your father supposed to show up? Am I supposed to learn some lesson?
I doubt it. I remember pretty well whenever I saw him. And I don't remember this memory. At least at this point. Let's see, I was either 6 or 7 now at this point. I could pick people up. I would probably have just learned. Oh, okay. You see her moving the cat and like kind of like flying it through the air, and she's watching. Again weird. She's watching her own hand, and like a look of realization comes over her face. Goes, "Oh, I know. Yep, I remember this. Can you fly?"
No.
Well, maybe it's not going to make a difference.
Although I can move through walls, I don't understand the mechanics of this Brumhilda. I can move through walls, but I'm standing on the floor and I was able to sit outside. Makes no sense. Next time you put me through one of your memories, make it a little bit more logical, please.
She's not laughing at all, but she goes, okay. You see her like lose control of her head for a second. She kind of like looks back and forth, whispers something into the cat doll, and then poof, turns into a black cat.
She does or the doll does?
The doll does.
Oh, okay.
You see the cat kind of like let go, like, and kind of like lick its paw, and then you see from the like skin, from the like the fur, you see black kind of wings start to kind of come out from either side. Still like cat form, like honestly like a small cat. You at this point, once you see the wings come out, you recognize this creature, someone.
Is it the one that brought me the shell phone?
Yes, and also brought you, I believe, Milo, the day of your wedding.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It was much bigger then.
Yeah.
She goes, okay, I don't think you've met, and I don't think I've named her yet, but her name will be Maris.
Well, I've met her twice.
Oh, okay, great. Well, yeah,
but it's nice to put a name to it.
Yeah, you don't have to call her that or anything. I was just explaining the memory. This is where I figure out how to fly. Yep, there I go. And you see her like start to kind of move to the backyard area.
Okay.
You. I think with that 22. You take another look at the picture. And in the idea of like looking at it from a perspective of a daughter looking at a mother, you would get why why Brumhilda might have missed some things. On a second glance, knowing this must not be her mother, you notice small differences in facial features. The nose is like a little bit more buttony. The lips are thinner. I think the eyebrows are even like slightly thinner than hers.
Okay.
And other things that would just like, yeah. I think there's probably a part of Eldryn as like someone who deals with family being what it is. You tell me, what is Eldryn thinking in this moment? For the record, Brumhilda has left the room.
I think some of this is interesting to Eldryn, but at the same time, I think Eldryn is very done and annoyed with what's going on right now. So I think she is taking these little bits of information, and sees that like the picture and everything. But to be honest, I think she's just like looking through this room to try and find any clue of like, what is it we're supposed to do to get out of this? Like, this is a puzzle that needs to be solved. We have too many important things to do. And it's probably thinking a little bit more selfishly as well about like, what does it have to do with me?
Roll me an insight check.
15. No, 18. I don't know why I said 15.
With an 18, you're looking at this picture and like recognizing, okay, so that's not her mom. Got it.
Great. That's what Eldryn thinks of her. Cool.
Right. Great. And like in an air of like going like, where's the puzzle here? The weirdness of this is I think you're probably thinking about this along the journey too. Like, why am I in Brumhilda's memory?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not dead. I'm like I feel that. I can like feel there's I figured that out. Like, if I was dead, I would not be here. I'd be somewhere else.
Yeah.
And just trying to like figure like, okay, have we like, and like I think there's like crazy thoughts of him like did we somehow morph into one being? Like, am I trapped inside? Like, where's the way out? Where's the finish to this? Where's the and with an 18, I think there is a sense of knowing, like looking around the room and going like, if the puzzle was here, I would find it by now.
Okay.
Either we're just not there yet, or that's not what this is.
Yeah. So with that, then Eldryn will leave the room and follow to where like Brumhilda went. And she mentioned that she learned how to fly outside, so.
You see a very embarrassing display. As you walk outside, you see there is there is like next door. There's an area of specifically sheep, not packles.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And actually, real quick, roll me an insight check on that.
Okay.
Or a history check on that.
Does it have to be history?
There's something weird about the sheep.
Okay. I guess that'd probably be history then. Like, if it's history, it is an 8. If it's insight, it's a 16.
Okay, I'll pushing the boundaries, but I'll give you this. There's no sheep in Imea.
I mean, honestly, history-wise, Eldryn could also believe that there's no sheep in Imea because she's never seen one.
That's fair. That's fair.
So
I've
it
never
works
seen a sheep,
either
so there
way.
is no sheep in Imea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put this as a clue for for Lorianne specifically. There's no sheep in Imea. There are packles, but there are no sheep.
I go towards the sheep so it seems like I can't really interact with a lot of things. I can interact with the ground because I'm walking, but I was able to walk through a door. So knowing that sheep, no, so in Eldrin's mind, she's like, okay, that's spot the difference.
Right.
Eldrin's like, well, that's not a packle. She's gonna go see if she can interact with something that isn't supposed to be here. So she's gonna go see if she can touch it, or if it notices her.
Okay, all right. You said interact with something that's not supposed. Oh, that's not supposed to be here. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think in that sense, you like go to like pet the sheep or touch the sheep, and your hand goes right through.
With that, Eldrin goes, well, that's annoying. Okay.
Behind you, I didn't describe this scene. Behind you is Brumhilda learning how to fly, and it's rough. You see like her like kind of like the magic sort of like clicking on, and you see her kind of like rise a couple feet and then like slam right into the side of the house. Like there's a level of like, please don't watch me. Like there's that like sort of like
Eldrin goes and sits down and says, how long did this take in real time?
This is the day I learned it, so
okay. There's nothing to be embarrassed about if you had seen me learning how to use it. A trident. It was not pretty.
Yep. Somehow this is somehow this is not making me feel better. Touches down. Okay. All right. I remember this moment. It's here. Try to fly, I guess. And you see her like start to kind of take off, and just kind of zooms right up into the sky.
Eldrin stands up and looks around and says, I feel like an idiot. And then says, she says out loud, like, if this isn't real, I want to fly. And sees if anything happens.
Okay. I think it's not really a command, so I would say nothing happens at that.
And then when nothing happens, she goes, I feel like an idiot. And she just waits for Brumhilda.
Okay. All right. I'd say like honestly, it's just more of the idea of like pushing yourself into it is really like, but we'll say for the sake of that, yeah, like I'd like to fly, and then it just it goes off because it's just a different way up the hill, right? So that's that's fine. Cool. And you take off, catching up to Brumhilda, and we'll pause you there.
Okay.
So coming up to the rest of you all, Saren, anything different that you're doing, or mostly the same thing?
I'd say mostly the same thing.
Okay, cool. So we'll say, go ahead and roll me a. Yeah, just roll me a d20.
Uh, 9.
Okay. So for point of clarification here, just to be fully clear as a DM, this is like nothing of what's happening is based on your skills, right? So even like being able to see like there's the hole, there's the area there. I don't think that would be a problem for Saren at all. It's recognizing is there an area to get in here, right? And could you find it in this turn, right? So that's kind of what you're rolling against, right? So yeah, with a 9, you I think Guar, you keep seeing Saren kind of just like popping in and out of like sort of like small sort of divots, probably seeming more and more frustrated every passing second, I think.
Sure.
Guar, we can go to you.
I think Guar probably feels pretty goddamn helpless right now looking at that rebel. I think Guar would, if there's any wombats left, he would be wanting to help them. And maybe if, yelling to Saren every now and then, like, if there's anything I can do, let me know. I'm just trying to be useful.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's probably like points where like every time you see Saren like disappear into something, you take a couple steps like to be close enough to be like, just holler if you need me, I'm right here, like sort of thing.
And I'd say all the while I would be probably praying to Bahamut, just like, as because that's what Bahamut wants you to take care of people, like, so it's not like I have to like genuflect to pray to Bahamut. I have to like I literally like I'm worshiping him by helping people. So I think I would be still thinking like, help me figure out how to help Eldryn and Brumhilda. I don't know what to do, and I just want to do the best that I can.
Okay.
Let me be a vessel of your justice and aid.
Roll me a religion check.
Sure thing. Ooh, that might be good. What's my religion plus thingy? Okay, that's a 21.
21. Nice.
Yeah, natural 17.
With a 21, you see a random light shine somewhere in the rubble. It's like a very very white sort of like it's like a white light sort of thing that just kind of like glows for a second and then dies down.
And can I pinpoint like the specific area where I see it?
Yeah.
Saren! Saren!
Guar, why are you screaming? What'd you see?
Okay, look where I'm pointing. Look right there. And I'm saying that as I'm like running, like I'm not being very specific about where I'm pointing, but I'm like just like over there. Like I would probably describe like the center next to that, the rock next to the big rock. Just go over there.
Guar, there's a lot of rocks.
I know, but the big one. No, not that big one. The big one, the one that looks like Milo's head. That one.
Yeah, running over to that spot.
Because of the turban.
Saren, you look at where Guar's pointing, and at first Guar's pointing at just a big rock. Like, dude, like, come on. And we'll say, actually, go ahead and roll your perception check.
27.
27. Okay, cool. So for a second, you're just like, I mean, it's not better than anything I was seeing over there, but and then you peer in and you see that big rock itself has just a hairline crack in it, running through. We'll say it's big enough that it's about 2/3 of the way down, so a third up from the ground. And I'll say it's roughly about maybe 10 feet tall.
I go over to it and kind of inspect it and like touch where the crack is.
You feel where the crack is there, and you surmise that you might not have anything that could really bust this open here, but Guar might.
So I'm sprinting. I was like, I think, how close am I at this point?
You're there. You were guiding Saren to it. So
okay, so I just like ran over really quickly. Okay, so I say, you might want to move out of the way, Saren.
Well, hold on, time out.
Mhm.
Guar, remember this was Saren's perception check to see the crack there, right? Remember, you don't.
But,
All you saw
Guar-
was a
Gary,
glow.
He just wants to bust the rock open. He doesn't know there's a crack there.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Saren points out the crack in the rock.
Okay.
To Guar. And she steps back and she yells for Milo to also step back.
Cool. You yell for Milo.
See him over
and
there.
then-
I'm sorry, Milo. Sorry about
and
that
then
thing
turn-
about I said about your head. Jeez.
Well, okay. All right. So both of you say that and turn around and see that Milo is nowhere near you all.
I'm at the giving. Milo's at the giving tree.
Yeah,
Oh.
Milo has.
That's
full
what I thought, but I was just trying to play along.
My bad.
No, you said that because
Oh,
you
God,
literally
okay.
thought it was Milo.
No,
when
I
said
thought
that
you booked it
rock.
over to. Wow, you guys really think
I'm
Guar's
sorry,
dumb.
Milo. Oh, wait, that's not Milo.
His head's not that big.
That's funny. I'm sorry, Milo. As you look at just a rock formation that is just like in a space, like if you look at it quick enough, it just looks like a halfling just plopped on the ground, that's funny.
He just side eyes everyone and says, "Don't tell Milo that happened."
Wilbur, you are. I think you're probably maybe like 20 feet back from this whole scene. You see Walter come up. This looks this is bad. To be clear, this is not the attack you were talking about, right? That's that.
Why do I see Walter just like standing there with like the dad hands on his hips, just like assessing the situation?
Yeah, it's like, that doesn't look good. That's right.
Does he have a holster that he holds his cell phone in on his belt?
It's just a
He
tool
might as
belt,
well
but
be wearing
it's
white socks.
Does he wear white New Balance shoes?
No, it's a holster for a
Yeah.
sending stone.
Yeah, it's just a tool belt with a bunch of Phillips head screwdrivers, all
And
the same
khaki
size.
cargo shorts.
Yeah,
Some of them Wilbur gave him for Father's Day. It's not his fault.
right. And he doesn't know that they're all the same size.
Because Walter said, "I don't want anything," so then Wilbur had to guess. Yeah.
Yeah, your dad comes over to you. I think your dad is, well, I guess I should roll for it. Okay, yeah. Your dad is like, your dad's surveying the scene, but also kind of looking at you.
I don't know what happened.
But this isn't
But
the
no,
attack,
this
right?
isn't.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no. I think we'd all be dead by now.
So waterfall, right? Waterfall. Got your friends under there.
Yeah, I told them not to go near it. Can you
Wilbur,
keep?
roll me.
Can you keep all these? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Too soon.
I was just gonna say, roll me a. Let me see.
Yeah.
I want to say, roll me a nature check, but I'm gonna be a little weird with it and say, roll me a human nature check.
A what?
Roll me a nature check.
17.
Wilbur, you know so much more than, I mean, definitely so much more than Walter knows about what's real and what's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
You recognize how insane Walter sounds with saying, "Oh, the waterfall took him." And I think for Wilbur in that moment, Wilbur, you start to recognize that you know where you actually came from. And I think pieces start to kind of fall into place of there's always been a confusion on what was real and what isn't. At least for this waterfall, and perhaps a little bit more, you're starting to kind of realize this must have been for something else. I will also say, like, you put together the idea of, like, I was under the ocean, so why would this waterfall hurt me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Wilbur, like, while realizing and putting all those pieces together, isn't going to, like, argue with Walter by any means or try to convince him otherwise. He's just going to kind of roll with it, like, yep, the waterfall. Like that general mentality.
Okay.
Just so it doesn't feel insulting. Like, Wilbur doesn't want to seem insulting by any means.
I'm gonna try and just be like an outsider looking into this. Why? Why does Wilbur not say anything to his dad?
I think because how do I put this without sounding really terrible? Like, it's because Walter doesn't know any better. That's like, why would he try to convince him otherwise? He doesn't know any better. Also, not the time to try to make Walter question everything around him.
But that happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
You felt that twitch of that world's falling apart. Wilbur, I'd like you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
That will be a 17.
Okay. I think there's a point of fleeting anger in realization of the waterfall being a lie. And nothing happens mechanically. But you certainly feel that level of, I think, disdain and annoyance, both at your father for not knowing any better and for yourself for letting that happen, and also believing that at one point, and recognizing that it's all centered on one person. And there's
It really is.
I think there's a level of, like, true anger that forms in Wilbur in that moment. And then, I mean, it's your choice roleplay wise, but I'll say mechanically it will wash away.
Yeah, I think while that anger kind of, like, builds up in Wilbur, he would have to, like, purposely turn his back to Walter just to, like, have that moment where he is, like, probably, like, I imagine, like, probably snarling just a little bit at, like, the anger, just, like, the thoughts running through his head, so he doesn't want Walter to see what's happening. and then he just like I imagine he would probably just kind of look across like the land and maybe see like the giving tree in the distance, and then remember like this is Walter doesn't know any better. You don't want him to ever feel the way that you're feeling right now, and like pull himself back together.
Okay. I think your father's voice kind of fades back in. Are you okay, kiddo? Are you? Can I get you anything? I know.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Can you just make sure all the wombats stay back here while I go help them?
Yeah, I could do that.
Just keep them back.
Okay.
Unless we need them, just keep them back.
All right. Dinner's ready, just so or it's gonna be ready like really soon. So we'll wait. We'll wait. I hope you find your friends. Sorry that I'm sorry that the waterfall ate that, but that's I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll have a smaller waterfall now after this clears up, but we'll make sure that we stay away from it, right? Okay, I'm gonna go. Let me know if I can do anything.
Just keep them back, and then Wilbur's just gonna run towards the rest of the crew.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think it's comical, but I think it also is like the way that I picture it. Wilbur was extremely homesick. And I think, Wilbur, you're recognizing that a part of you, even though you're home, is now kind of realizing it's not ever going to be the same.
Yeah.
And your father, whom even like before all this, definitely made some mistakes and was goofy. I mean, you were all goofy at one point in time. You had a respect for your father that I think is hurt, is damaged a little in this moment.
Mm-hmm. That's so sad.
Yeah. So I think you brush that feeling aside, and in coming back to the panic of, once again, it has been at this point, I believe, probably about 20 minutes. And you go to rush in and help Guar and Saren and all them. Guar, you tell Saren to kind of take a step back, and you, I assume you're casting Shatter?
How'd you know? Yeah. Question. So Shatter makes the most sense here. I'm concerned about causing damage to Eldryn and Brumhilda.
I think that's a gamble. I legitimately think that's a gamble.
I'm not going to kill them, am I?
Well,
in the realism of this scene, right, I think there's a level of recognizing that it's been 20 minutes and you haven't like found anything yet. So there's a possibility. Go ahead.
Yeah, that they're already dead. In Guar's desperation, right. I think he would be just like, we got to find him, and I saw a light. I'm going for it. Fuck it, let's go.
Right.
Now,
and like I was gonna say it in a much nicer way, but there was a level of like, we may be just finding bodies.
Yeah.
My HP is up though, because I healed myself, right? So I'm
right.
But Guar doesn't know that.
Okay. I know Guar doesn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like.
None of you know what HP I was at. You don't know what anything.
Well, you wouldn't be inside the rock.
Well, it does a 10-foot radius sphere centered on the point of damage.
That's true.
So it's
Okay, but you know what?
very likely.
I'm trusting the light, though. I'm trusting the light as the focal point of the shatter. So,
I will say.
I mean,
you should probably trust the light to not be the focal point of the shatter.
unless the light was showing me where you are, or if the light was showing me where I should be shattering the rock.
If the light was showing you where I am,
we don't know if that's true.
You should not use that as the focus. Oh my god!
But we don't know that. We don't know. All I know is that there. I asked Bahamut to show me how I could help, and showed me a point of light on a rock.
Right.
I hope you kill me.
You're not inside the rock.
Guar, roll me a we're gonna use your spell attack.
Okay.
I just hope you kill me, because I think it'd be hilarious for you to be like, well, Bahamut showed me this spot.
Jesus.
Can I do a Constitution saving throw?
A Constitution saving throw?
Yeah, that's what you have to do to not take any damage from shatter.
Yeah, it's a con save of 16.
If you want to, I was going to rely on an easier source for this, but you certainly can if you want to make it.
No, let's do the easier one.
No, you can do easier.
All right.
Although if this kills me, I'll blame you forever.
You got it.
Okay.
Guar, roll me a spell attack using your spell attack modifier.
Okay. That is a 21.
Cool.
I think we're getting a lot of 21s tonight.
Yeah. You hear a secondary blast. Milo, and this is a direction to cut to Milo here. So Milo, in your scene, as you're approaching the giving tree, there's a wince as you turn back and you see Guar kind of like hand outstretched in the distance. I think you can assume that was a controlled blast.
In what world is that a positive choice?
Oh, ye of little faith.
I'm a monk. I've got plenty of faith, just not in you.
just not in you.
You motherfuckers have underestimated me for the last time.
That's
that
really
was
funny.
fully for the bit. I believe Guar can do anything he sets his mind to.
I really want Guar to be saying that as he's holding the dead body of Brumhilda and Eldryn. You've underestimated
Listen,
for the
I can
last
do
time.
anything I want to. Okay, look.
I recovered the bodies. You don't know what killed them.
I found them.
Milo, you're about 30 feet from the giving tree. Please roll me a stealth check and a perception check.
It's okay if they're dead. Saren can just ask them when they died.
Oh, that's true.
And Norris will come and find you. He will kill you. It'll become Taken. Yeah. It'll become the movie Taken.
Right.
Stealth was 18, and what was the second one?
Perception.
Instead of Taken, it's accidentally murdered.
Kayla, I'm really getting a little worried about you.
24.
Wow. Fantastic rolls.
Sneaking up on people.
Milo, you see a figure. I think it's a little scary in like a flashback sort of way. You see a figure that looks to be inside the tree. I'd say you get close enough that you see a face of like dark green vines and a certain level of bark coming off of the edge of the head. You see it's kind of like it's sitting in like or it's standing in like kind of a like relaxed pose with eyes closed. I'll say like their arms are like this over themselves. And we'll say for the sake of the blast, actually, you'll see you saw all this before the blast. We'll say. Then you see the figure, like eyes open, steps out of the tree, and for a second you see for just a split second you see a being that is almost like I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Has like a very like forest nymph sort of look, where you see these like the entire like left side of the face has this like heavy sort of bark that's kind of coming up and out, and you see like from the forearms down looks to be completely made of bark. You see vines are kind of wrapped around, and as the figure steps out, you see the figure is stepping out with what looks to be, instead of a foot for a second, is actually a spread out root. Another foot kind of steps out, looks around, still doesn't see you. She rolled really bad as she turns back into Riley for a second. Looks over in the direction. And yeah. Let's see. Just kind of like I assume you're just like with the sneak, you're trying to be like, at this point when you saw this figure, I think there's a possibility that you maybe duck down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so she's and starts to kind of move back as if she's going to go back into the tree.
Okay. So she turns back into what I know her as, Riley, like the form I know her as.
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, when Milo, I share information freely. Then when Milo sees her like turn back before she can like reach the tree again, he's gonna say, "Oh, Riley, thank God I found you."
You see, like wide eyes look around, sees you. Cracks into a smile. Oh, hi, Milo.
Hi. Okay, so I'm sure you're aware of the.
Milo,
I'm sure
roll me a
you're aware
deception
of
check real quick.
Yeah. Deception or perception?
Deception.
Deception. Oh, she's gonna kill me, isn't she?
Are you trying to portray that you didn't see what you saw?
I'm just ignoring. Like I am just greeting her in the moment that she sees me. Like I'm just not acknowledging that I saw her. So I don't know if that's me hiding anything, or if that's Milo hiding anything. It's genuinely like, if she asks, he would say, "Oh yeah, that was kind of cool," but like I don't. There's no need to question about it. Everybody's effing weird and magical.
Okay.
There's no like moment. It's just
oh, that's new.
I will say, in this exact, because I think I still want you to roll something.
Yeah.
I would say roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion check. Ooh. That's the same thing. That was an 11.
Okay. Hi, Milo.
Hi. So as I'm sure you're aware by now, the hill collapsed, and Brumhilda I guess we believe Brumhilda and Eldryn are underneath it. Is there any way you're currently the most powerful person in the valley that I can think of? Is there any way you could help us move some of this rubble and help us find them? Or at least recover the bodies, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, great.
I was.
Was I
tasked
interrupting
with-
anything? I'm sorry.
I was tasked with protecting the grove.
Oh, okay, if you have that, if you're able to do that, I think we can handle the hill. I don't want to take you away from protecting the grove. Seems much higher level than moving some rocks.
I trust Brumhilda. If she's alive, she can get them out.
Yeah.
But Milo.
Yeah.
Everything does come to an end. We have to honor that.
I don't want to. That's just gonna be my little fighting the urge to everything we've done so far since he left home has been avoiding and reverting death. So he's gonna I just can't accept that there's always something to be done, always some way to help.
That is in your nature to want to fix that. And I would say it is sometimes worth the struggle. As I said, I have something that I have to consider to be more important to do right now.
I would agree with you. This is gonna be weird, but can I give you a hug? Today's been a lot.
Sure.
And Milo's gonna just give her a big hug and say thank you.
Yeah, you give Riley a hug. That was good. That was good. I'm going to say that because it keeps me from. It would keep her from doing something to ensure something else. But I will say this, Milo, go ahead and roll me a know your truth.
Okay.
I love Milo so much because I was just about to joke in the chat before he said that is why she asked her for a hug.
I love this die. That was a 24.
24. So we'll say with a 24, Milo, you see people do magical shit all the time, right? And Riley is obviously clearly a very powerful druid. What was interesting to you in that was most of the times when you see people transform for something, they're transforming for a reason. And I think with a 24, with a 24 to the know your truth, you're specifically focusing on the idea of what is the lie. You're hugging the lie. The form that Riley is in right now is the lie.
Yeah.
I think also with the 24, you get the feeling that, it was a very, I think the statement that was made was somewhat could be construed as just a granola, druid-esque sort of thing of like everything comes to an end sort of thing. But I think with the 24, you also could determine that a being that truly believes that is something that most likely has been around long enough to see it happen on a scale of certainty that is beyond your level of understanding, I think. So what I'm saying is that within that you recognize that again, matching up to the lie that is currently the Riley that you see right now, you're right in knowing that Riley is extremely powerful. She is also most likely very old. Cool. Knowing that information, you let go and you look at her. And you see she's kind of like, she's smiling. She has that like kind of like almost like fixed smile, and she's kind of like looking at you. And you see her face drop slightly. Can I trust you?
Milo's probably going to speak before her if he notices her face drop, and say, "By the way, I love you in green."
Can I trust you? You see her face soften a little at that statement.
Of course. As far as you can throw me.
She full on laughs at that and goes, "I can throw you pretty far." You see her put a hand on your shoulder. And I think, Milo, you feel the hand kind of change on your shoulder. And taking a look at it, you see like it go from the fingers up the arm. It changes from its like, sweet, innocent, sort of human-esque sort of form into this heavy sort of vine-like, sort of like cracking bark sort of skin. It comes up and comes back to her face as she goes back to her. She goes back to what you know based on what you rolled is her true form. Milo, go ahead and roll me a nature or history check. Your choice.
That's gonna be a 17.
Okay. You've heard of forest creatures before. You've heard of like beings of the forest that like, and they're the phrasing of them with a 17. You always, I think, in a Milo type way, you always thought it was funny how close the word was to druid. you know in this moment that Riley is a dryad. A being of the woods. We could talk about later about what that is and what that means in this world, but yeah, no, way more powerful than that. She goes, truly I am sorry, but this is my home. And she points towards the giving tree. I need to protect it.
Do everything you can, and we will do all that we can to protect you.
Always knew you were the sweetest one. Turns to the tree and walks into it. Gives you a little wink. As she kind of goes back into this form. And at this point, the tree actually kind of like opens up slightly and just kind of pulls her fully in.
Milo's gonna kind of pat the tree, like sweetly and say thank you, and scuttle back off to the hill.
Cool.
Or what used to be the hill, the crater.
As you turn, you feel a soft, like it hurts a little bit. You feel a soft clunk on your head, and you like kind of look around and you see a piece of fruit has fallen from the tree onto your head and into your hands.
What does the fruit look like? I guess is the.
That's a good question.
Yeah, how sexual is this fruit?
It's extremely sexual.
It's a papaya.
It's juicy.
It looks
peach.
very much.
What is
it looks
it
very
wearing?
much like an apple, except seems to be like a little bit more. God, I hate that you just said that because it's just it. So yes, it is. It is we'll say for the sake of Mike not losing his shit. It is a cross between an apple and a plum. More
Nice.
apple-like in texture.
Okay. Milo's gonna do the cool guy in the movie thing and like bounce it on his elbow and catch it, and then put it in his satchel.
You got it. Cool. Awesome. And you start to head back, and like in this moment of like that was really cool, and like there's a weird sort of like mystical sort of feeling to it. I think your head just snaps back to like, oh shit, that's right, Brumhilda and Eldryn, and like you just like kind of like go and rush back. Cool.
Milo is truly the heart of our group.
Yes.
I said Milo's the heart. Yeah.
I was really like, so I kind of left that scene open for Wilbur to be able to kind of like take part of it, but I think there was a couple checks that just didn't handle, so it was better than Milo found it. It's good.
Very Wilbur.
Yeah, so coming back to the you see there is a you see, I think probably maybe 2 feet wide, 2 feet tall, sort of like tiny, like, kind of hole that would be difficult for anyone to go through. But you do see that there's a space, and it's holding fast. It's not falling in on itself. Wilbur, when you walk up, you see this.
Can get through there. But I'm not really gonna. Yeah, I can get through there, but I'm not gonna be able to talk to you. But I can go find them.
Wilbur, you can do this. We believe in you.
Wilbur will cast gaseous form gaseous form over himself, and just become this little like misty cloud. I imagine the cloud, like if it had to have color, would probably be like a mixture of green and blue,
Nice.
and it'll float like down through that little opening.
Cool. Guar, as it floats past you, I think you probably hear like Saren probably like let out a little laugh because it's hard not to. As Guar, your long hair, as Wilbur passes through, stands like almost completely up on end. Saren's laughing as you look at Saren. Saren's hair is also doing the same thing.
Guar would start laughing too.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm dead.
Cool. We'll pause you. We'll pause you there. Yeah. Eldryn. So
Fine.
we are flying through the air.
Okay. Do I make it up to Brumhilda?
You do make it up to Brumhilda.
Okay.
And there's
This-
like, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I say, I feel ridiculous right now.
I know you kind of look ridiculous. You can put your arms down.
Great. Okay. I just kind of figured it was like swimming. I'm very good at swimming.
Okay. You see, like, she's not able to control the bottom half of her face, I think, with this, so she's like smiling maniacally as she's explaining how like annoying this is. Yeah, I understand. This is gonna take a minute. I know where we're going.
When you say a minute, is it a literal minute, or do you mean like in the sense of, I've heard some people say like, it's gonna take a minute, but it really takes like 20 minutes. Like, I just want to know what our timetable is.
I sincerely don't know. We were fast forwarded from walking 30 seconds to my house, so.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the situation.
Thank you.
I
I don't feel good that you're in this.
Okay, well, I mean, I've learned that I could choose when I tell people things in a different setting, or being more, I don't know, Nora said it, I'm not very kind sometimes, so part of this is probably on me. No, or did he say tact? I don't remember. Oh god, I am so selfish. I should listen to him more.
She's like paused. She's having trouble like with like thinking what to say. Roll me an insight check on just Brumhilda's eyes and not anything else.
Oof. 11.
11.
Eldryn went down the path in her head of like, I'm so selfish with him. Like, I
Yeah.
left him behind.
Mhm.
And I just ask him to do things all the time in messages.
I love it. Yeah, I think that makes sense in this moment of being like, at least having to question whether you died or whatever, right? You see within 11, you see you definitely see Brumhilda like kind of like having trouble with the right words. When you say like selfish, she goes, I don't think a selfish person wouldn't have told me. I don't think you're completely selfish.
It's just I have a tendency to be right, so sometimes I don't listen to other people. And I can come across as selfish, but I appreciate what you said.
I understand that. I am, like, no offense, but I am an extremely powerful being, apparently more so now. I am very smart. I figured out how to do this, and I'm 7. I don't like that I didn't figure this out.
I understand that. It would frustrate me as well if I was told the way you were told. And I hadn't even had an inkling of it. I don't like not knowing things or being lied to.
Yeah.
To the point where my brother, one of the last memories I had with Kanos was him apologizing to me and kneeling in front of me and basically prostrating himself in front of me, and I told him that I didn't accept it. And then he died. So
yeah. Yeah, I get that. Being a powerful being, a lot of people will try to bow down to you, and trust me, if that ever happens, it's
oh
not
no,
good.
it wasn't
Some
bowing
people,
down. It was more of a like a Triton like apology kind of thing, and I completely dismissed him, and then we got into a fight, and he died. It was a little different. But that's something else to unpack another day. I understand what you're saying.
yeah. Family sucks.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I love my family. Okay. I guess I would say losing family sucks.
Okay, yeah, fair. I guess. What's that?
I think
this is a
we did
character.
say this.
We're both going just like, what was that? What?
But no, you can go first.
I was just gonna say. Okay, no, you can. No, go ahead. You can go.
No, go, Brumhilda, please.
Listen. Age before beauty.
Okay, then go.
Well, doesn't that mean if you're older?
You're older, so you go first.
I'm 7.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. Sure. Okay. I was just gonna say that if we do make it back to, no, not if, we will. Persona wouldn't let me go out this way. When we do make it back to our bodies. I'm sorry, what was that?
The wind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway. Please don't run from this. We need you desperately when we get back. I won't tell anyone what happened.
If you think that I'm afraid of facing any consequence for this, I'm not.
Good. Okay.
But roll me a persuasion check.
Can I guide myself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, just so you know, Eldryn has already decided before she even saw Brumhilda and realized where she was, when she was sitting on that, when she was just sitting down pouting, basically, she had already decided the story she was going to go with for everyone else. So I don't know if that helps at all in this role, that she's being completely genuine.
No, I think no, that's not what this role is.
Yeah, okay. Do I want to re-roll this or not? I rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
I want to re-roll it. I have inspiration. I hope it's a nat 1 again. Okay. So that's 11 minus 1 is 10. 13.
13. Okay. She goes, yeah, no, I do want to say I am sorry for my assumptions with the Venris situation. I can tell you I've dealt with many forms of royalty in my life. And it's easy to misconstrue that.
Your assumptions are no worse than what was thought of me in court when we came back. I don't know if Guar said he spoke with you. I don't know if he filled you in on everything. We're fine now, but I was banished for a few days. For what I've done. I tried to bring him back, though. He didn't want to. He chose to die at 20 years old and have that be all there is to it.
I get it. Being as old as I am, not this. The other planes do seem more interesting.
I see it as a weakness, and I see it as giving up. He barely lived. Why does he get to... Never mind. This is besides the point. I never meant to hurt Benris. I never meant to. I did not have any ill... I mean, maybe ill feelings, but I didn't want him to die. Honestly, if I hadn't have died, I probably would have married him.
Like I said, in that instance, other planes probably would have been more interesting. I know you didn't, and I know that your decision wasn't a selfish one. I don't know all the details, and I don't need to. There's certain people that you see that unfortunately don't have any title that should. And there are countless people that have the title that shouldn't. In my experience, there's very few that have it and deserve it. You'll make a good queen someday. If we make it out of this.
Yes, if we make it out of this. Can I tell you a secret that's not so much of a secret, really? I don't want it. At all.
Yeah.
Do you know that Noros and I had a plan, before Benris, not Benris, I shouldn't say Benris, before Volmos died. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. We were going to get married on land, because who cares if the third in line marries a peasant? I mean, they have an heir and a spare, right? Why'd... yeah. I wanted to just live a very simple life outside of court. That's not gonna happen.
Well, as you can see, I came from a very simple life, in a way. It also wasn't what it was cracked up to be. I understand. I think if you, I don't know, I apologize. My apologies. One of the books that is in the library right now is Triton's, and I just haven't gotten around to it to learn about everything about you. But
It's fine.
if you have a choice, I get not taking it, but I think there's some people that just are going to be leaders no matter what they do.
I am always right, so I guess it makes sense.
You see, there's a certain point down below where you see a mountain that you pass by that has like a in the sunlight you see like a quick flicker of like something that's shiny from that mountain that just kind of flips off for a second, and you see her kind of see that, and I think she's probably in mid sentence. She goes, "Okay, we're close now. I remember this, and I assume that I'm going to be going through things like normal. But if I do seem to have control, I will probably lose it."
Okay. What do I need to do?
I don't know. If maybe try to handle it, handle me, but just I don't know. Say something that will bring me back.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work, then I don't know if it's going to make a difference. But I need you to get away.
Okay. I mean, do you want like a code word or something? I can say to bring him out of this, or
Sure. Yeah, if you can think of something that would. I'm just learning what I am now, so it's like I said, I don't know.
okay.
But if there was anything that would cause me to lose control, it'd be this.
Okay. This is happening now.
Yeah, we're. You feel you see her like start. You as you say, is this happening now? You see her like she's like 5 feet below you. Yeah, no, yeah, come with me.
Okay. Cool. Great.
You, as you start to kind of drop below the like cloud level, you see a roll me a perception check.
Okay. That would be 25.
25. You see a clearing. It looks to be about a mile wide from this, these trees that are kind of like growing in every direction. You're about, you're hundreds of feet up, but you're descending down into it.
Okay.
You, as you get closer, you see a cliffside with a waterfall to it. And what did you roll? What was your perception check?
25.
25. You see there is a tree in the middle of this clearing. It is not nearly as big as you know it to be, as you see that you are descending upon the grove. Um, you see Brumhilda like kind of nervously touch down. Um, no, no obstacle course, no farm, no huts or yurts, no sign of any sort of civilization here besides small woodland creatures that you'd see. Looking at the tree you see is like a very the wood itself is like a lighter brown texture, and the greenest leaves you've ever seen. Um, you you see Brumhilda kind of touch down and kind of like look around for a second, and as she's looking around, eyes confused, mouth says, "It takes me a second to figure out where he is." And then you see the head kind of center on the waterfall. And she starts walking towards it. As she's walking towards it, she says, so what's the code word?
Eldryn looks like Guar. Code word is Guar.
Why Guar?
I don't know. It's
Why
the first thing I thought of, that we both know Guar. He said that you didn't want, that you messaged him. I don't know. I'm not good at this.
What are you insinuating with Guar? Like, I don't.
Nothing. I'm not insinuating anything. I thought you were with Riley.
What?
What?
Okay, no. Say Guar.
Okay, Guar.
No, I mean when we're in there.
Yes, no, I will. I was agreeing with you.
I'm sorry. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I hate admitting this, but I have people who do this for me. I don't usually come up with these things.
You see, as the like.
I'm sorry, Eldryn goes, You're not with. No, I'm sorry. This isn't the time.
No, that's
the chemistry is just. Okay, no, I'm sorry.
Are you serious? No. There's a level that as you get closer, like you're just kind of like just about to kind of go into, you're just about to go into this waterfall, and this is when you see Brumhilda's eyes, like so. There's been some split between the like emotion, right? The eyes are saying one thing, and the rest of the body is like. The rest of the body is a memory, and the like the mouth and the eyes are her, right? For the most part,
mm-hmm.
Right? This is a point where you actually see nervousness connect everything. So you see both versions of Brumhilda are nervous in the situation.
Okay.
You hear. As she passes under the waterfall, assuming you move with her, you hear her say in a very different Brumhilda voice, "Dad? Father? Sorry. Hello?" You hear it kind of echoing off of the cave walls. You see her kind of follow the path down. And you see the path opens up right where you remember it to. You see a robed figure in white robes, and you can see this was the point where Cerilius still had wings, but they're burnt. So you see the burnt wings like on his back, like just kind of like moving up and down with his movements as you see him testing the eyesight of two wombat figures. You see, like, he's just shining a light in their eyes.
I don't know if the realist can see me when he looks at Brumhilda, but if he can, Eldryn's giving him the most dirty, disappointed look ever.
Mm-hmm. Father, Cerilius spins around on a dime. Brumhilda, what are you doing here? I figured it out. Without wings. I just wanted to show you, and I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I understand. I'll be right with you. Hold on one second, and just goes back to.
Eldryn can't help herself, and she steps forward and says, "How dare you?"
Mm-hmm.
Does he hear?
No, he does not. Good question. He does not hear. You hear Brumhilda once again just go. So, what's the purpose? Well, sorry. What's the idea here? The idea is to replace something.
Look at her when you talk to her.
You see no response from him. To see if I can. Han, can you do me a favor? Can you check the? There's another one over there in the corner. And you turn and look, and you didn't see the beginning, and you see number 3, whom we know to be Wilbur. In a very like weird sort of form of like the fur is displaced. Like there's some areas where it's like almost like you get the feeling that the fur has been like somehow attached in a way that hopefully will make it grow on its own.
I think Eldryn, because I know that she goes through things, I think she just, without thinking, like goes full force at Cerilius and says, "How dare you," and probably falls through like everything.
Okay.
And stumbles. Unless you're gonna let me attack him. I don't think you are, but
no, you move right through him. Same thing with the sheep, right? So you see Brumhilda walk up to Wilbur, shine a light. Isn't looking at Wilbur, just looking at her dad. So are we moving here? What, honey? I said, are we moving here? No, probably not. It'd be easier to kind of see how these things do from afar. Were you wanting to show me something, hon? No. Do you know when you're going to be home? Yeah. Probably a couple more days. Eldryn, where are you looking?
I'm so after stumbling, I think I'm looking at Wilbur and probably Brumhilda, because she's over there with him. Because just looking at Cerilius, just all Eldrin can think is like, even though her father is a king and was so busy, he would still like, if she wanted to show him something, he would give her his full attention.
Okay.
And that just hurts to see that that's not what everyone gets.
Okay. As you look at Brumhilda, you see a flash of gold around her eyes, and you hear a familiar voice say, "Look at me, fucker, I'm trying to talk to you." I assume you look back to Cerilius.
Yeah.
No response.
At that, Eldrin says, "It's just a memory. We can't change it, Brumhilda. We can't change it. We just have to wait it out, no matter how painful it is."
You see her kind of like looking at you, and you can see the face is contorted. It's actually kind of like glitching out slightly because it's registering the memory and what Brumhilda is currently feeling in this moment. And you see it kind of like go from sadness to anger and like back and forth, and you see her repeatedly actually, let me do this. Doesn't matter. You see just repeatedly she's looking at you and she's pointing a hand towards her father, and you see repeatedly fireballs coming out of her hand, shot at her father over and over again. You can't see him anymore in the shape of the smoke and the flame, and you see like she's looking back, and now at this point, full anger, just keeps like shooting it to the point that, mechanically speaking, she just fully loses all spell slots.
Eldrin yells back at her and says, "This is a very serious moment, so I hate saying this in this moment, but Gwar, you already told me that doing a spell can ruin. You're hurting us. You're damaging us, not him. Gwar."
I'll
And
say.
I just want to say, Eldrin does end with like, "Please, I have to get home to my husband. We've been married 3 days."
I'll say about 5 fireballs get set off at then. You see her kind of just breathing heavily, and then she subsides. She goes back into. You see, like, there's just a shift back. Okay. Well, I guess I'll fly home, and I'll see you. I'll see you whenever. Yeah. Good job on the flying, honey. That's impressive. Your mother would be proud. You see a snarl curl on Brumhilda.
I whisper, "Gwar."
Yeah, you whisper Gwar. She kind of just nods, kind of like cracks a neck, and then just walks out.
Before leaving the room, even though I know he can't hear me, I do say, "I know you can't hear me, but I hope something that I've said or am doing in this moment, I hope you feel some sort of deep shame for what you did to her. And then I walk out.
Okay. In this moment, there is a second where you fully, I think you recognize a horrific level of power that Brumhilda may have as you look at him and look at the surrounding walls, and there's a glitch of a second where you see a vision of reflection of red against the rock as the entire lab is caught in flames. And it's not even a second, it's just glitches for and I think we'll say roll me an insight check on that. Or Arcana, either one.
Natural 20, so 28 if it's insight. If it's Arcana, 20.
Okay. With a nat 20, you read that as there's possibly a level of Brumhilda where for her to be affecting something that is a memory, there's a level of time travel here. That means that she may, in her most dangerous state, be that level.
So I get the feeling that she affected this past memory, not that was a glimpse of the cave on fire in the present.
I would say with a nat 20, you get the feeling that there is a possible dimension where that actually happened.
Okay. I mean, yeah, Eldryn doesn't, whatever. The only thing she can do, she follows Brumhilda.
Yeah. You follow Brumhilda out, and you see a large sort of boulder that is right next to the waterfall that you may have noticed now at this point that Brumhilda may have looked at a little longer than others when you were led to this waterfall on the way in. You see that she has it in the air when you arrive, and she sets it down to a spot where she can sit on it.
One quick question.
Go for it.
Because of how Eldryn thinks, as she's leaving, she does look back once Brumhilda clears where Brumhilda could see. Does Cerilius look back or anything, or is he? Because Eldryn's thinking my mom was really tough, but I know she loved me in the sense of maybe he is trying to protect her, protect himself. So Eldryn's looking back to see does Cerilius look and do I see anything on his face, or is he just buried in his work?
You don't see him look back.
Oh, that bastard. Okay, that helps me solidify my opinion on him. My mom almost killed me, and she's a better parent.
As you come back, you see Brumhilda sitting on the rock. She's not burst into tears. You can see some silent tears just kind of running down her face. As she's just staring out into the waterfall.
I sit down next to her and I say, I didn't understand before. I'm sorry that I contacted him. And I'm sorry that I didn't trust you to help with the situation. I won't. I had some ideas, but I won't contact him again if you don't want that.
You see tiny Brumhilda wipe, kind of like with her sleeve, wipe her face, and as she says to you, "Yeah, fuck him." She like kind of smiles for a second through this, and kind of like looks right at you, seemingly being able to kind of control this part. So, this next part is kind of interesting. And she kind of like, I think she's able to like motion with her eyes behind her as you see a figure walking up to her, and you can tell like in this memory Brumhilda doesn't see her. As you see a red-headed druid-like creature walk up to her. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm Riley. Puts out a hand. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
I love it. I don't want more wine. No. No, I do actually. Come back.
Sorry if it felt like you guys were once again receiving a lore dump, but it felt right to push into that level. But yeah, there you go.
No, that was perfect. You convinced me in that whole thing not to use a very, very powerful spell when we have this fight, so good on you.
Yeah.
Planar ally is out, guys.
Oh, you know what I will say, because we said Wilbur kind of uses gaseous form and goes through. Wilbur, you see. Sorry for everybody who's missing this as they jumped off now, but that's your fault. Wilbur, you do see a. I think you see two bodies on the ground.
Holding hands.
Yeah, not holding hands, but I do think
We're best friends now.
Oh, here's what you see. You see a Brumhilda that has her back up against a rock that has there's another sort of like rock like structure that's like that's cylindrical in a way, that's about maybe 3 feet tall, that is holding up that rock over Eldryn's body. Brumhilda is fully unconscious as Eldryn is, but you get the feeling with that there was most likely at a certain point as the debris was coming down, Brumhilda kept from one of the passing debris to keep her out. I think there's a Wilbur, roll me an insight check, and I swear this will be it after that. You're muted, by the way.
$11.
11. Okay. I will say with an 11, Wilbur assumes that whatever spell Brumhilda casts to be able to have this piece like block out must not be concentration based. But
I have a question.
You find your friends. Go ahead.
Because, not to spoil anything for anyone, I mean, we had a whole episode where you guys aren't sure if I'm alive or dead. I have 4 HP left before I healed myself.
Yeah,
Did
I think.
whatever's happening with Brumhilda made me go unconscious?
Yeah,
Or made
I
me
think
go
it
like,
was
okay. Okay.
right because there's other rulings of like if you take this amount of damage, there's things that like that have like lasting effects to you. But I think the reality is it also was a psychic sort of thing like you also
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be in Brumhilda's memory. Um,
Yeah.
so
Can I
that's
tell
how I
everyone
kind
how
of view
much
that.
damage I took?
Yeah, absolutely, go for it.
I took 86 damage, everyone.
And lived like didn't even technically go unconscious.
I would have gone unconscious if my sweet sweet husband hadn't bought me that necklace that gives me 10 HP when I'm wearing it and attuned to it.
Yeah. Do you have how much
Eldryn has
like how many dice it was?
you
I
told
think
me
I
it was
sent it to you.
25d6.
Yeah,
It was
25d6. Which was rules as written
fall
how much
damage is
damage
very
you would take.
deadly.
Yeah.
And yeah, but Joe is
It's
very
not that
kind
bad.
and told me last week how much damage I took after our session, which I am very appreciative because if we had gone through this entire session without me knowing, I would have had a panic.
Yeah.
So at least I got to go through this session being like, okay, I'm not dead. It's okay.
Right. Yeah, so and I wanted to kind of so I've been doing this with a couple of groups of like trying to get the group into the mindset of like you don't know like
Yeah.
you don't know if Eldrin's alive. For the Tuesday group was like you don't know if you're going to be able to make it out of here, like you truly like so there's things of like waiting till the role play becomes where the panic sets in, because it should be you should be panicked. So that's kind of the
Makes
viewpoint
sense.
I had there on that. But you
I
guys did
appreciate
manage
you
it.
telling me, but leaving it for the rest of them. 'Cause
Yes, yes.
that would have been horrible.
Also, by the way, Milo, I had another idea in mind, based on when Oren said, "Is there anyone you can think who would help us out? Who could help us out?"
Oh,
Any guesses?
can you tell us who?
I'd like to get a couple guesses before I tell you.
Okay, wait, is it the guy that Miles in love with, even though he's not here? That's
Yes.
who I always go to.
Micah?
Oh, it is?
Micah. Yep.
Yeah.
That was my guess too.
Yep.
Oh,
Micah's an earth
That makes
earth
sense.
Nazi.
He's made of Earth. He's made of Earth, so
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
no.
So, 'cause I think you guys
You made
have.
me go from.
Go ahead.
You made me go from being extremely like suspicious of Riley to now being like, okay, I'm back on board.
Yeah.
There was a
Well, that
good
was
20 minutes where I was like, she's evil.
and I love that. I tried not to play with that consciously, but I'm sure some of me did that because yeah, that's like you don't know if this person's good or not. And what's funny is let's talk about that real quick. So Riley being a dryad and actually Milo like fully having some understanding of what that is. Yeah, dryads are. I'll actually even pull it up on D&D Beyond because that it kind of falls into place once you see.
I was just berating myself for like while you were explaining. I'm like, we never insight checked her. We trusted Brumhilda completely when she brought her to my wedding. We didn't even check anything. Of course she's evil. Of course.
Yeah.
My theory with like Milo knowing a little bit about dryads is that like so our inciting incident were disappearances in the forest, and in his backward ass town, dryads were blamed for like potentially blamed for the disappearances
that.
in the forest
I do
of
love
people just going missing.
I would say especially I don't remember their names now, but I believe it was Bob's wife.
Yeah, that's real far back.
Yeah, Bob's wife.
Before the end of this.
Because I think Bob's wife just thought that he just like skipped town, right? Wasn't that like the?
Yes, she did.
So that could have been something else that she was like, oh, he ran off with some dryad. So this is what a dryad is. So powerful fae will sometimes bind lesser fae spirits to trees, transforming them into dryads. This is sometimes done as a punishment when the fae spirit falls in love with a mortal and that love is forbidden. So yeah, a dryad. So there's still secrets here, but a dryad can emerge from the tree and travel the lands around it. But the tree remains her home and roots her to the world. As long as the tree remains healthy and unharmed, the dryad stays forever youthful and alluring. If the tree is harmed, she suffers. If the tree is ever destroyed, the dryad descends into madness. Um, Dryads act as guardians of their woodland demons. Shy and reclusive, they watch interlopers from the
Denizen?
trees.
Denizen.
It's like demosness, Demesnes.
Oh, nope, not anything
Yeah,
I
never
said.
heard of it. Anyways, shy and reclusive, they watch interlopers from the trees. A dryad struck by the beauty of a stranger might investigate more closely, perhaps even to try to lure the individual away to be charmed.
I don't think we
Um,
ever named Milo's. I think we just said Milo's aunt,
Okay, gotcha.
which is on Milo for not naming her.
Seriously,
Yeah.
Milo.
Definitely doesn't pass the Bechtel test. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you named Bob.
Dryads can speak with plants and animals. They can teleport from one tree to another. If pressed, a dryad can beguile humanoids with her enchantments, turning enemies into friends. They also know a handful of useful spells. She is, for the record, for the stat block of a dryad, like a stat block of a dryad is a challenge level of 1. She is much higher than that because she's been around for a while.
I just want to say, and it's crazy because looking back at my notes, we learned about Tall from Guar in session 11 on May 19th, 2021.
Jesus. That's insane.
It's insane.
That is nuts.
And you still don't take me seriously.
2 years ago from today, we fought with Simon and killed him. But it wasn't actually Simon. Well, no, it was Simon.
But it
No,
wasn't.
it wasn't Simon. But it
Yeah, but
wasn't.
it
It wasn't. It
But
wasn't.
it wasn't. What's really fun about that, like thinking back to that was I remember that fight was supposed to be way more challenging than I thought it was, but it's because I didn't know
I was in
how
prison.
to make. You were in prison, but I also I didn't know how to make bosses then.
Oh,
yeah,
and
that
we
was a
met
million years
Gerard
ago.
the Moorbounder 2
Yeah.
years ago.
Oh.
Also, it was like one of the last times Joe gave us gold in game. It's like 300
That's right.
gold pieces. We have no
That's right.
money.
Hey.
Gave you gold.
Hey, speak
Yeah,
for
gave
yourself.
me gold.
I found platinum. So
I've had 40 gold for a year and a half in this friggin' campaign.
Look, you're a
And I'm a
queen, or a princess. The assumption
Yeah.
is that you can get it when you want. You've also had multiple people
When
that have just given you diamonds.
Yeah,
so-
I
Right.
get that, and I love that. But I'm saying I can get it when I want. When I'm in Anoria, which I was only in for like 3 days. But we're coming back because we gotta get Norris. Because everyone
You're
else has a
very
pet.
busy.
My pet's coming with me.
I don't have a
love it.
pet. I have a halberd.
You have a Rosie.
Rosie.
Oh well, that's only when I conjure her and then she disappears.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rosie
Unfortunately,
in a while.
I can't conjure and unconjure Nora. She's always there.
And that's only whenever I have it prepared.
See, is there anything we need to discuss about this? So we found out Riley's a dryad. We got a glimpse of Brumhilda's past.
Eldryn found out that her assumption that Riley and Brumhilda were together is very wrong.
It's very wrong. If I didn't make it clear, Riley was
More
an
of a-
adult.
Yeah. You made
Yeah.
that. Yeah. More
Yeah.
of a mother figure, if anything. Eldrin's gonna apologize for the assumption.
A cool aunt.
Yeah.
Oh, she's your cool aunt. Oh, I feel gross.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, also, so like in the concept of so the reason why I was mentioning this is that also that means that the tree that was in the center of the grove is Riley's tree. Like that's Riley's home.
Okay.
That's the tree
Oh,
that
no.
she was connected to. So
I just came up with a dumb thing in my head. She's a dryad. She's not a living light. I was like, what if she is?
oh no,
Brumhilda's mother.
I loved the I think at one point you guys said that like last or no, you said Celeste could be, which
Yeah.
Yeah.
who knows. Cool. Anything else? Anything we should talk about?
I would like to let you all know that as soon as she was in the tree, I thought of a dryad, and I also thought of Ocarina of Time, Legend of Zelda. So I got.
Oh,
I was like,
you're saying you caught the dryad when she went back into the tree?
because I mean I know about dryad like just from like reading stuff, and I was
Right.
like I joked that she was an ent, but I was like that's a tree spirit. So
Right.
She's much more powerful than I thought. When you mentioned the tree and like we're talking to Wilbur about like what's more important. I honestly thought she was just gonna be like a super powerful druid who's like, oh, okay, I will do like the tree travel thing, like transport via plants and get all these like wombats out of here. And then I was like, that's not what's
Yep.
happening.
Oh no, she's not going anywhere. She's protecting her home. Which, by the way, for the record, next week, God, assuming that I get everything done that I need to, I promise you, I spent about 5 hours today just working on stuff for next week. So next week, plan is that will be combat day.
Because I'm really nervous because I had a whole idea for Planner Ally, but now I feel like it's not okay to. Actually, I could still do it. Just don't get what's his name.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, so I could still do it.
Ooh,
and
that
I mean,
would be
it's really powerful.
We'll talk. There's some problems there with that.
I know. But my idea is these people, these primordials, put their friggin' horse and carriage behind Wilbur. So help.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
you would summon a primordial.
Well, I can summon basically an otherworldly entity for aid that must be known to you, a god, a primordial, a demon prince, or some other being of cosmic power, and then they send a celestial, an elemental, or a fiend loyal to it to aid.
Gotcha. Yeah, the problem is celestial, as you have a known living light member in your party. Well, not in your party, but NPC.
She's in our party now, guys.
She's in our party, yeah.
Cool. Well, I hope, like I said, I hope that didn't feel too railroady. I really wanted to kind of share that part of the story to you guys at some point to be able to kind of just build a little bit more of that backstory of that character. Full disclosure, I don't know if I've mentioned this a few times now or never. Brumhilda is the first character I've made for this campaign. I actually made her before this campaign.
Yeah, wasn't you made her for you for a game, right?
Right. Yeah, I
that was your stream name for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I thank you guys for letting me kind of like play her in some way.
I'm just very happy that it seems like we'll see what happens when me and Brumhilda, if we wake up. It seems like she's not going to bolt, at least not immediately.
Yeah, that nat 1, she would have. like there was no. That was a good idea to re-roll that. Yeah, but I will say also like it's something where like there is dice choosing chance on things, and there is there's an instilling sort of factor of like of what Eldryn brought there that I would say no, she's not going anywhere.
Good.
So nice work on that. Cool. Let's go ahead and do our kudos and things we're excited about. We'll start with Jamie, because I know Jamie, you usually got to work early, so.
Yeah, kudos all around. I think Miranda, I love seeing Wilbur take charge. I think that's like fantastic. That's been really fun. I am excited to see what like bringing Brumhilda and Eldryn back, what this experience does for their relationship to each other and Brumhilda's relationship to this group. So I think that'll be really interesting to see how that evolves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool. Lorianne.
Yeah, kudos to everyone in the sense of I know I had knowledge that you all didn't. But I liked how you all played off of not knowing if Eldryn and Brumhilda are alive or not, and that you stayed with that. That was exciting to see. Basically how you all would, how all the characters would react. And also kudos to you, Miranda, for in the beginning with Wilbur. Like, I always love when like you choose for a character, because it is hard to like handicap him in the sense of like he doesn't do anything for like a couple of minutes because he's in shock. Because I think that's so realistic. And I'm very excited to see where this goes when we wake up. And also, like Jamie said, I think this will be exciting to see like where I think this will be a good progression in Brumhilda and Eldritch's relationship, because they have not always liked each other, in my opinion. So I don't know if they're not going to be best friends, but I think they will have a different respect for each other. Because Eldrin kind of, without thinking about it, was just like, why am I telling you these things? But at the same time, it's stuff that's been on her chest that she is like, I can't tell anyone that I don't want to be queen, because that's not good. Like, I can't tell anyone like about how upset I am about things. Like, but Brumhilda, who cares? I can tell
Right.
her.
Well, there's also a factor of like the the way that I looked at it was the trust that you can instill on something that is probably the most powerful thing that is pretty like deep. Like, it's like, well, I trust that you're not going to tell anybody because you would never have any need to.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's what Eldrin's thinking is like. We have besides that, but also the fact that Eldrin's like, you're not my best friend like Wilbur is. Where Wilbur, if he was, well, people don't know about this. You do. I think Eldrin's thinking like, I told my best friend everything once, and she betrayed me, in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to divulge everything to the people I'm closest to, because even if they think they're doing the right thing, it's still like a betrayal.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I love that. Cool. Mike.
Yeah, kudos to everybody. I loved the scene with Riley and Milo. It's just we're
Dude,
all
that
so
was so good.
damaged, but
Beautiful.
we're all so damaged, but Milo is so pure. I know he's a super werewolf, but like even that, he's just kind of like, I mean, it's just a thing. I'll figure it out. It'll be okay. He's just
That
so.
was. Sorry, I'm so sorry. No, continue. I apologize. I didn't mean to.
I was gonna say that how much I enjoyed like the interplay between Eldrin and Brumhilda too, because yeah, I think I agree with everything you're saying, Lorianne, about how like there's a distance, but there's also like a respect. But I also sense like they're very much kindred spirits in that like they're very similar. Like they can't be best friends because they are too similar. Like
Right.
they both have they both wield a lot of power. They both don't really like want let anybody get too close because they've both been burned in their own ways. And you,
You're both very emotional.
yeah, and you
Don't
also
tell Eldrin that.
oh, Guar knows. But also like I think both of you don't really want the amount of power that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to be queen. I get the sense that she doesn't want to be the living light person either. She'd probably just like to own her tavern and like wield some magic here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I can see that both of you wanting that simple life, but that you really can't do it because that's not your destiny. So I love that you made Guar the safe word, because I feel like there's a lot I can do with that. I feel like there's a lot of.
We wake up and you find us me like yelling. What?
Yeah, and I'll be like, what? Yeah. It's it'll be a very who's on first sort of situation until Guar figures it out. But I also see like, I don't know, I'm totally projecting here. Like maybe this is the turning point for Brumhilda, because if she can see Guar as like a calming force for her, and then she starts to associate the name with the person, I mean, I'll totally fuck it up, but like it'll still be fun to play it out. I just see there's a lot of room for role play, and anytime I get a chance to do more Guar role play, I'm very excited about it. So
yeah. I think I think part of the assumptions of that is correct. Like, I think the immediate, like, Guar, like, why would you say that? Was
And
on
the fact that
edge
she was like,
for,
she's a little on edge for that, like,
yeah, yeah. She immediately got on edge for that. Yeah. Um,
which I love that
and
I
then
was
you
able to be
mentioned
like,
Riley, and she was
why
like,
are you with Riley?
yeah, and she was like, yeah, no, Guar's fine. Guar's fine. That's funny. Yeah. Listen, Mike just wants me to talk all romantic to him, and I get that. I
Yeah.
get it. I understand.
Yeah.
Real quick on the thing with Milo and Riley, that was so like, it was just like honestly, Mike, you couldn't have put it better. There was such a pureness to seeing a a form that I will say made Lorianne go to
Yeah.
that. To then going like, I like you green was so, that was so love, and that was the right thing to say. She was, if she didn't think that you could be trusted, you would become trusted in a very different way. And she's just very reserved. There's a lot of stuff that it's like she doesn't know you guys very well. She doesn't know, like,
She was at my wedding.
yeah. So what's funny is that if that like ends up becoming an open conversation, there was some reasonings on why she was there. So that'll be pretty fun.
Didn't invite her.
It's true, you didn't. Whatever. She saved
Brumhilda
your
just
skins,
was one of
whatever.
those guests that brings a +1. When the invitation doesn't say that one is invited. Cool.
Well, I think I was gonna say, I think I remember
she was
specifically.
catering.
Yeah, I don't think Brumhilda was actually invited to the wedding at first.
Mm.
Yeah.
She
It
was
wasn't
mad
up to
about
me.
it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Kayla.
Kudos to Jamie because the Riley scene was perfect. And also kudos to Joe because I absolutely love all of the Broomhilda lore.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's so good.
That's
And
cheating. You can't count me, but thank you.
I'm going to.
It's cheating.
Kudos to Broomhilda for dropping all the Broomhilda lore.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. And what Jamie and Mike said about, I'm excited to see all of the relationship develop with Eldryn and Brumhilda and how they're so similar, and now they kind of get each other a little bit more.
It's going to be imperceptible nods that you guys are going to need to like roll on.
Side eyes.
Yeah.
Side eyes.
We're just gonna be rolling.
Yep.
We're just gonna be rolling perception checks on each other constantly.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Until
Eldryn
we get
actually
it.
respects Brumhilda.
Yeah. I loved, honestly, like if I had a regret from this session, it would be that I didn't feed. I kind of like ran out of the of juice of like trying to kind of describe Wilbur in like a slightly unconscious sort of state, but like Wilbur in the memory. So I guess I wish I kind of explained that a little more, but I thought that was fun to even just include that.
Mad.
Yeah.
How dare he play with my best friend's life like that? I don't care if he craves him, but how dare he?
Yeah. And with that, Wilbur.
Wilbur.
Kudos to everyone. Kudos to you, Lorianne, for the back and forth with Brumhilda. My prediction is that Brumhilda acts no differently towards you, and it'll just be hilarious.
I don't think Eldryn will either.
Yeah. Kudos to Milo for the scene with Riley. That was beautiful and very funny. Kudos to Guar for shattering the giant boulder and trying to keep the wombats calm. Kudos to you, Kayla, although I am actually very worried about what this soul taking is actually doing to you as a person. You were very quick to be like, I bet I can get a soul from this. Like, all right, demon.
All right, let's calm
Um,
down.
I'm eager to see how Wilbur. Well, first of all, I'm eager to see if Winona knows about Riley and the tree. I'm eager to see how Wilbur reacts to that information, knowing that someone else calls the Grove home when that's basically another thing that he's been lied to about his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Wilbur.
Yeah. And as my air,
Oh.
and I'm eager to see if Eldryn tells Wilbur that she saw Wilbur before Wilbur was
Oh.
like a thing.
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one. I don't know. I gotta
Yeah.
think about that. I'm glad I have a week.
Yeah, that was like Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Getting all
kind
spliced.
of funny about the Riley thing is also like, and that's what I kind of try to. This is what I kind of try to portray with Milo is that when Milo, when you were walking away, you had a piece of fruit like fall to you. Wilbur, that means Miranda, that means for Wilbur, like every time you guys like, because it's known as the giving tree. It's basically like
It's
the source of where you guys
literally
get-
someone giving us something.
right, exactly.
It's not
It,
a
like,
magic tree.
Riley is essentially somewhat responsible for the community flourishing and existing in the first place.
God damn.
You know what I think is actually really funny too is that like I've always said like when I die someday, like I want to be cremated and planted as an apple tree. That way in my afterlife maybe I can drop apples on people's heads because
I love it.
My wife, ladies
that
and
would
gentlemen.
be
My
that would be
wife.
perfect.
My wife.
I was similar, but I
Well-
wanted to be an oak tree so I could rain acorns on people. So
Yes.
Darren wants to be shot into space, into the sun, because it actually costs the same as a funeral. We've looked it up. And then you dissolve into the atmosphere.
That's amazing. as much as a California funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Well, cool, gang. We did it. This was a fun session. I was hoping we would
This
have
was
enough
great.
for today, and of course, we always do. So, I'm working like a dog, trying to get things ready for next week. So hopefully, it should be ready. But yeah, I hope you all have an amazing rest of your week. I love you all very much, and let's go fight some giants next week.
Yay.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Mm.